Hello everyone. Welcome to the Squid Junction. It is I, Mad Gamer the Second. I am joined by the lovely Miss Pixie Six. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing great, Imad. Thank you for asking. I'm really excited to see this matchup between Eggshells and Carmine Corp. I believe is how you say it.
Yes, indeed. We know Eggshells with the famous P leader on their side. It is a established team, Div 3 from what I last saw. But Carbon Corp is I honestly couldn't tell you whether they're a full team or not because the named after what is it, a corporation or an actual sponsored team?
I think it's a corporation because there's corp in it.
Yeah.
We did try to do research before the stream into Carmine Corp, but you simply cannot because they are named after a corporation. So we would just get ads for that corporation, and that's not Splatoon. That's not what we want to see.
That's not what we want to see. We want to see some Splatoon action, specifically starting out on Splatstone's Hacklefish Market. We were just playing in some Hacklefish Market Splatstones earlier today for LSL. Quite the map mode. It can get into a really stally kind of game until one of the team is really able to like lock out the opponent, I would say.
Yeah, I know that for a lot of these zones maps, it's hard to kind of tunnel in on the zone like that. But especially here, because there are giant walls surrounding the zone, it's really hard to watch out for a lot of flanks because you're trying to just focus that zone. You're trying to just paint over the middle, but you have to keep watching out on the left and right for those flanks.
Not only the flanks, but just the fact that you have those giant obstacles in the zone, it allows the teams to really get up close to the zone and take up really safe positions that a lot of other maps don't really offer. A lot of times the zone is in a position where it's just really open, so you put yourself at risk just trying to defend it. But here, you see a lot of fighting over the zone, like really close quarters combat without either team really losing any members right off the bat.
That's fair. They learn how to play to those walls and to go around them and to use them as cover mostly. Whereas in more open zones maps, it's very scary to get that close to the zone because you don't know if you're going to get picked off because it's so open. But I suppose that's why they pick it for competitions like this, for tournaments like this.
Indeed. Now we did like shout out P leader already. We know it is in the name. They are a leader main, but Pencil has been making the rounds for competition as a cooler weapon. So we could be seeing them on their namesake, the leader, and be seeing another cooler weapon, or they could be flying Pencil. Who could say? But I'm not quite as familiar with Carmine Corp and what their comp's gonna look like.
I was gonna say very specifically on Eggshell's Twitter page, it shows a big picture of the pencil with it crossed out. So I don't think they're going to be playing pencil, or if they do, they're going against their own morals here, and that's going to be its own show.
Indeed. Now I know for zones, you used to see a lot of the crab meta on because of how the structure is set up. You could just pop a crab in the zone, and it's just like it's a huge wall that you have to get past. But I know with the decline of the kind of crab and the splashes, we don't see it as often, but it's still a pretty reasonable strategy. Another thing is possibly like the bubbler special. That is another one. You could pop in the zone, you just take up so much, especially with the new addition of that pole in the middle of the zone.
What was the tournament that was happening earlier today in the zone? Is that it?
Yes.
Yes, I saw a lot of crab in that tournament, which was surprising to me because I thought it had fallen out of favor, but I was wrong, clearly, because I saw a lot of it.
It's still a pretty fantastic kit, even if the special isn't the beast that it used to be. But yes, indeed, we are seeing that leader come out. In fact, not a cooler weapon in sight for...
there's a pencil on the other side.
Well, I was looking at Eggshells here. They don't have a cooler weapon at all, but you're right, they do have that pencil on the side of Carmine Corp.
And it looks like here, we're seeing trades already right in the center here. Seeing Carmine Corp trying to take the zone here. They've got 3 up, getting the zone with that cooler there, keeping them safe, getting them to keep responding over there.
And we are seeing that bubbler that I mentioned earlier is a nice defensive special to have, especially for their pencil user, because it allows them to push up and really contest the leader and go for that paint that they want. But here, we're seeing the infamous crab doing its thing, and they are able to retake the zone here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we saw the crab. We were just talking about crabs with that splat dualies using their special there, getting back the zone. Now eggshells can push up here. They have the zone. They are seeing a bit of resistance from the side of Carmine Corp though, as Carmine Corp is throwing out their bombs, saving their specials for a good push forward, like we're seeing here.
This is kind of what I mentioned earlier as well. It's just the back and forth control of the zone. Neither team has been able to really get to that solid hold that you want to really run away with it, but already they got the zone back, but not before they can get the lead. They lost two of their members. Carmen Corp having to back up as Eggshells moves in and tries to get another splat, and they do. The junior going down. That's going to be one of their paint users out of the way.
Ooh, eggshells using the crab again over here, getting they're just establishing their control of the zone, and Carmine Corp really trying to get past it, but you can't get past a crab like that. You just have to wait it out.
The other thing I'm noticing, like, we don't see the cooler on the side of Eggshells here, but they're using basically a combo of two of the previous metas, the double Zuka and the Crab, and they're doing a fantastic job of just keeping up the aggression, keeping up the pressure so that Karma Corp doesn't have a foothold to use, but it looks like they're able to get something going here. The strikes come out and the bubbler comes out, so they're able to tap the zone and keep it from really going too far, and they even get a splat off the shot, so they're able to hold it for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Carmine Corp here able to get the zone. They are trying to move up, but it looks like they're sticking back to the zone. A little afraid maybe of going up. Looks like eggshells establishing themselves in the back, getting good picks with that E leader. Oh, and another crab here trying to get the zone flipped back to orange.
Yeah, you really got to watch out for that leader. Even though we have the two obstacles in the middle of the zone, it's pretty open on the both sides of it. So once you start pushing up, you are in the sight of that leader. But right now, Carmen Corp 3 points away from getting that lead. Are they going to be able to hold on to it?
They got the lead! Oh, let's go Carmine Corp. It's still ticking down on their side. They've only got 2 up, but it looks like they're going to be able to hold for a little bit longer here. Oh, it did just get flipped to Eggshell's favor. 4 of Eggshell's members now in the zone, just holding it, trying to get it to tick down, trying to get those picks here.
Yeah, 2 points. Like, it's so close to getting the knockout, but with 2 minutes remaining, there's still plenty of time for Eggshells to bring it back. And honestly, with the aggression they've been showing, they certainly have it in their power. But here, Carmen Corp is going to be trying to hold on to it, but again, just loses 2 of their members fighting Eggshells, but not before they take 2 of Eggshells members with them. So it's going to be a little bit harder for them to hold it here, and is going to be hotly contested.
Yeah, Carmine Corp has the advantage here, having 2 of Eggshell's members go down. The pencil does go down. Oh, they're just trying to get these picks here, and it's 2 down, 3 down on the side of Carmine Corp. Eggshell's pushing up here, getting the zone, trying to push even more forward here.
This is exactly the position they want to be in, because like, in order to get the amount of penalty they have out of the way and get down to the lead, which is pretty close to a knockout, they have to be able to push up and just keep Carmen Corp out for the next minute here. And so that requires getting really aggressive. And we see Soka on the top there with that shot ready to take a pick.
Ooh, and they did get that one. Oh my goodness. Carmine Corp is really scrambling here. I'm watching them kind of dance around their spawn, trying to get paint, trying to build up their specials, trying to push in. Oh, it's really tough seeing as Eggshells is all over them. Oh, and the control is still flipping at the last second.
We have like 40 seconds, but Carmen Corp takes it away, keeping that lead. They lost a lot of their team in order to do that. Just the bucket trying to hold some space, but that might be all they need to stall out for the rest of the match, because that did add like 30 points of penalty on, and we only have 20 seconds left in this match 6.
That's true, goodness. You really got to get that flip when it gets that close down in the numbers, because now Carmine Corp is just, they bought themselves so much time to push back in, so much time to build special, but it's, as I'm saying that, it's ticking down, going down 2-1. Oh, on the side of Eggshells, and they took the lead!
Took the lead and the KO right in the last couple of seconds of that match. We saw the squeezer going out and really just wrecking havoc against Carmen Corp, taking down the pencil early on. Although they did have that cooler, they were able to manage to just like keep them away from the zone for the last couple of points they needed.
Oh, look at that fist bump! Oh, I love it when you get a good fist bump on a team. Eggshells taking that first win on Splat Zone's Hacklefish Market. Looks like next up we're going to be seeing Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. Oh, this is going to be a really good E-laner map, I think. Scorch Gorge, it's a good place for backlines.
Oh, absolutely. Like, if we're talking about just the openness that Hacklefish offers for the leader, Scorch even more so. You don't have nearly as much protection, especially for Rainmaker. I know like both clams and zones has that huge pillar in the middle, which can kind of break off that line of sight. You lose most of that for the Rainmaker mode.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I was thinking about tower control too, where you have kind of that more established path that you have to follow that. But Rainmaker is one of those tougher modes where you have the entire map, and Scorch Gorge is a huge map.
mhm.
So it's finding places to play around, and especially with the snipe points for the E-liter and the pencil, it's going to be really interesting to see what they can pull off here.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of how big it is, like we saw eggshells not running any cooler at all in that last match. They kind of can get away with it for splat zones on the Hacklefish just because Hacklefish offers a little bit closer distance to get back to zone.
Mhm.
But with Rainmaker, especially with how fast it can get, the other team can run away with it, they might want to consider running some of that cooler just so they can have that response time that right now Carmen Corp is throwing at them.
I don't know. They seem to be with that first round of weapon choices against the meta. I mean, in a way, they are playing to it with the bazooka picks, but at the same time, like Crab isn't that meta anymore, and E-liter I don't think has been meta for a long time. So I don't know. I don't think they would do what we expect of them. I don't think they would run a soda just to run a soda, you know.
Mm-hmm. That is a fair assumption, but I guess we won't know for sure until we get into this. We did see some time taking their weapon choices, so we might see a little bit of variation coming out. We'll have to see. The biggest thing, like, who's going to get that first pop, because that's going to be a huge, just kind of like special boost for that paint that it offers.
Mm-hmm. Oh goodness. Let's see. It looks like the same weapons on both sides. I'm actually not sure. I do not.
P-Leader going for the vanilla splatter shot,
Gotcha.
actually.
Yes, you're right.
Because that's going to be offering that splat bomb in the vac, just offering a little bit another bomb. And speaking of, it is going to be Eggshells getting that first pop there and getting the paint control.
Yeah, it looks like on the side of Eggshells, they are trying to get this control of mid. One of theirs do go down, two go down. Oh, it looks like maybe Carmine Corp is able to get this Rainmaker here. They're not really going for it, though, trying to establish control of the area first. It looks like neither team is really trying to touch the Rainmaker here.
Honestly, that is a good move up there, especially having the Splat Charger still alive. With them watching the Rainmaker like that, they could easily pick it up and then immediately get taken down. So trying to take down the Splat Charger, which they did with that Zuka shot, was a smart move on their part. But now they... Well, actually, no, they still have the man advantage here and some of the paint advantage. They're going to be trying to go for that first checkpoint there. They just have to once again watch out for that splatter shot and whatever specials they might have online in just a sec.
It looks like Eggshell scrambling here, using that back to try and gain control of this little corner, but it's proving impossible against Carmine Corp. Although, as I say that, three go down, the Rainmaker goes down. Eggshell's trying to paint up by their plat here, trying to regain control. Hopefully some of them push to mid as they grab this Rainmaker to try and further this push.
And we did see the Bubbler getting popped by that Junior. An excellent play trying to protect the Rainmaker by the pedestal, but unfortunately the vac shot is what came and just decimated their push right there. And now with the crowd coming out, getting a nice splat right there, they're going to have to watch out for the Zuka, but they are in a prime position to start getting that checkpoint path themselves. Just once again, have to watch out for that Bubbler, but the Rainmaker makes short work of it.
I was just thinking about how patient this Rainmaker player is. They're staying back behind all of their teammates as the one on the right tries to shark over there too. They're just staying back. They know that it's dangerous for them. They're waiting for their teammates to pick off everyone in front of them. They're playing it patient. They're getting those points, and they might not have made it to pedestal yet, but oh, they try.
Yeah, another thing I didn't really notice at first, but the slosher user there swapped to the Deco slosher, which has that zipcast, and we saw them get a nice play right there, getting the two down and the Rainmaker carrier with that zipcast. You don't see it too often on the bucket, but they certainly are putting good use of it. But already, once again, two members down off Carmine Corp, and Eggshells is really putting on the pressure once again.
Yeah, that was a good pick from the P-Leader. Oh, and that was a good explosion that happened there. I'm not sure if it was from the crab, but three go down on the side of Corp, and they're pushing up here, trying to gain more space. They took the lead. They're pushing up. They're getting more points. Let's go.
And they comboed it nicely with the vac coming online, so that's going to push it up to 34. However, that it really isn't that safe of a push for Scorch Gorge. Like, it's a nice buffer. They're certainly going to have a lot of room to maneuver with, but with 2 minutes left, Carmen Corp has a chance to bring this back. It's not over just yet. It's not quite to that the gauntlet that is that last push up to the maker pedestal. But here we see the bucket trying once again to start something.
You're definitely right, IMAD. This could still be anyone's game. There is a minute and 30 seconds, 35, 34 seconds left as Carmine Corp able to take control of mid. Now they're pushing up. They have all of their men up, all of their players up, trying to get picks. Although one does go down, it might be a little hard to do this push now, especially against the Zuka here, as they're getting bombed out, just getting pushed further and further back.
And it is going to be the P leader, their splatter shot, or no, sorry, their splat charger user with the maker. So that's going to be that vac not as an option. So really, it's just their aggressors, the two Zukas and the crab that's going to be able to push up for the Rainmaker. They're still doing some fantastic work, getting a nice pick on the bucket, which is going to be gunning for them. And they're still going to be trying to push that lead even further against this last minute.
Carmine Corp is really relying on their bombs here, just trying to bomb out that hallway so Eggshells can't go any further. They go down here. They did get a few more points, though. Let's see maybe if they can push it all the way to the pedestal.
They get it all the way down to 25, and really that's still not a bad push to come back from, but it is a scary time for Carmine Corp, especially with two of their members down. They are forced to pick it up here and going to try to move it back out, but still a lot of map control for Eggshells.
Ooh, I feel like that Rainmaker user is being very brave here. Not all of their team was ready to push to mid even, but they're still right there. They're still on that ramp trying to get more points here against Eggshells.
We're about to head into overtime, and this is going to be Carmine Corp's last push in this match. They do have the bubbler, which they were trying to get before. They do get the checkpoint, so it is going to add a little bit of time to their overtime. But now they're going to have to face the vacuum and everything that they're going to be throwing at them. And it's going to be Eggshells just going in and picking it up.
Yeah, that was tough, especially going against that vac. And then there was a bomb on the pedestal you can't really grab then. Goodness, that was a good play from the side of Eggshells.
Indeed, indeed. It is going to be bringing it to 2-0 right here. And
it looks like it's a best of 3, so that would be 2 Eggshells this match goes.
So that's going to be Eggshells moving on in the tournament. If I'm trying to remember if this is double elimination. So it is going to be double elimination. So Carmine Corp has another chance. They're going to be knocked down to the loser's bracket, and they have another chance to bring it back to win it all. But they're going to have to fight through the lower bracket in order to come back. In the meantime, though, Eggshells moving on is going to be an excellent play right there, and they're going to be facing Imposter next.
I'm not sure what else to say because we're waiting for the next round now. We could talk about this nice screen of the Inkling waiting for his next match.
I guess we could talk about even though that we saw the one team running the infamous cooler that is now so prevalent, and we saw the other team not running. It was still Eggshells going with that double Zoot comp that really came out on top, and I felt like it was that extra aggression that allowed them to stay on top of it for so long. Just to, like, every time that Carmine Corp tried to get a push going, they would just lose one or two of their members right as they're about to push, and it kind of offset them a bit, left them without much of a force to push back. And so, especially for Rainmaker, when all you need is like one person in the right position to pick them off, it just really slows down a push.
I was trying to evaluate there what it was about Eggshell's comp that allowed them to continue to be on the map even though they didn't have Soda, because I feel like a lot of teams right now are really reliant on that, are reliant on their tactical user to get back onto the playing field. But I don't know. I don't know what it was about Eggshells, how they got there so quick. I think maybe because of their really fantastic E-liter player, just always being the anchor that they need to be, always being in play, and having the other team not really play to their anchor player, playing more for the Soda. I think it shows that difference, and you can still play with both kinds of comps.
That is true. I feel like cooler does allow you to be more aggressive, take a little bit more risk than you normally would without it, but it can also make things a little bit too risky, leave you a little bit too vulnerable. And when you have like a really good anchor, like we saw P leader, they've been playing Splat Charger, Splat E leader for a while now, so they know their stuff. So being able to play around that, being able to get back in, is just it really allows you to keep the momentum going for a really long time, even though you're constantly going down to the other team.
Mhm. Just I'm really excited whenever there's a team that wants to try and break the meta to try and figure out their own way of doing things instead of just doing what everyone else is doing.
Hmm.
It's just I like it. I like that kind of innovation. I like people trying new things, okay? And this is a cool thing to see here.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm right there with you. Some of the other thing, like I've seen some some of the high level comp. They've been bringing back a lot of the blasters, and we know we have the new blaster, the S blast, but we've seen a resurgence of range in some of the high level comps. So I'm curious to see if we see anything of that. We did see eggshells here. They did run for the triple shooter. I think Carmen Corp, they ran a bucket, which is also pretty unusual, but still a lot of fun to watch. The other thing we see, I guess, is like the Trident Nouveau as sort of that cooler option, but also for in that bucket vein.
Sorry, I was trying to see what the next round is. Is that it right there?
Mhm.
XOXO versus Syrian Army. That's the name. It looks like they're still getting ready here. I okay. We're gonna go on a small break. We're gonna do our research and come back to you with even more cool information.
Heck yeah, stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Squid Junction 61. My name is Miss Pixie6, and I am joined by the lovely and beautiful iMad Gamer II. How you doing, iMad?
I am doing just fantastic. Having a fantastic night. Watching all the Splatoon action go on here. And we have, I was going to say, Valentine's coming up next week, and we have a very, what's the word? I can't.
Romantic. Wonderful. Beautiful. Majestic.
XOXO. Very relevant. I think that's what I was trying to think of. Relevant team name to this upcoming holiday. XOXO versus the not so relevant Syrian army. Or maybe there's
wait. What, are we calling Syria not relevant? I don't think we can say that. I'm retconning what you just said.
Why? Forget that. But okay, I am blown away by these comments right now. First of all,
oh my god, the arrow spray! What are we doing, everyone? Okay, this must be the wrong map mode because they stopped it. Oh no! Okay, so it was just a mix-up of players on teams, I suppose. They're gonna rerun it. They're gonna redo that.
I hope the range blaster is part of the comp because I was getting excited for that. But also, yes, the arrow spray.
No, I'm guessing that this was a joke comp because they knew that they would have to restart.
I've seen Aerospray used on this particular map mode and quite effectively at that. I honestly, was it Jackpot that was running an Aerospray for Umami Zones?
Is that true?
It has to be. It was one of those top level teams that were playing and they used Aerospray and won, actually. It was, I want to say either Zones or Tower Control Umami versus Starburst, and Jackpot took a game off of Starburst with a Aerospray comp.
That's ridiculous. Okay. I wish I could see that actually. That would be pretty cool. Was it the silver Aerospray, the one with Reef Slider? Or do you not know?
I can't. I have to think it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Somebody got that game. Hit me up with a link. You know my Twitter. It's Miss Pixie6.
20XX, which also appeared right here on the Dapple Productions.
Oh.
Fantastic tournament. If you have not seen it yet, definitely recommend watching it over. But back to Umami Zones. Now, if what we saw is going to be accurate to what we're going to actually be playing with, I saw not only an Aerospray, non-cooler pencil, and a brush.
Yeah, see, this is what makes me think that it was just a meme comp. Because why would you run that? Why would you do that to yourself? But I mean, I've also never seen these teams play before, so maybe they run something really unconventional and it works out. But I don't see the vision. I don't see it working.
We don't see the end goal here, but you know, they may surprise us, and we'll have to see, because Umami Zones is not that common of a map mode for tournament settings. Not in lately, at least.
I don't think it's a very popular map. Okay, well, the brush is still there, and the non-cooler... No, that is the cooler pencil. My apologies.
They did take out the Aerospray. That was not intentional, but they did bring back the cooler pencil along with that brush. So still sticking to kind of what they had going before. But of course, we do see that range blaster in play alongside the junior. We saw that in the last match quite effectively for Zones, but it's going to be curious to see like how it matches up with kind of that semi-aggression.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the junior pick, actually, because you don't see that a lot. A lot of people will run a more aggressive shooter in place of something so supportive, so full of utility. But it looks like the junior is doing pretty well here, just being able to get their specials, although they do go down as Syrian Army is trying to push back in against XOXO.
Actually, I think XOXO is in the orange right here, so they are currently in control of zone and really keeping Syrian Army out for the most part. Like, they have not been able to recap zone since the game has started, and we're already down to the 50 mark.
Yeah, it looks like Syrian Army here is trying to push back in, trying to get control of these zones. XOXO is kind of all over right now, but they are... it looks like they are getting pushed back. They are going 2 down as Syrian Army is pushing forward.
Honestly, not a bad starting push for XOXO, and honestly not a bad point for Syrian Army to bring it back. We still have quite a bit of points to get through, but they have a good amount of map control here, although that is going to be 2 of their members down and the strikes coming out. We could see the zone flipping back in their favor before they have a chance to take the zone back, but Hog Rider here getting a nice splat, and looking for another, but not quite able to. But it is enough time to stall them out and get the zone in their favor, maybe?
Well, I realized how much XOXO is really just trapped in that back corner. It looks like Syrian Army was like surrounding them for a while. They do get out though. They are here on the right trying to get control of this zone, but Syrian Army is still trying to get their picks here, trying to fight against them.
XOXO finally getting control of both zones and able to keep away that lead from Syrian Army and add a hefty penalty on top of that, but still a 6-point difference at this point. So there's still a good chance for Syrian Army to bring this back, but they are going to be taken down by the pencil there, and the strikes coming out just kind of stalling out the zone. So it is going to be a little bit more difficult for Syrian Army to get something going here, but we'll see if you are able to get the pencil pick right here, which is pretty key.
It's going to be a little hard for XOXO to get more points here. They do have kind of a hefty penalty. Syrian Army now able to hold the zone, even though they only had 2 players up at the time. XOXO back in that near their spawn, that little hallway, still just stuck there. It's really hard to get out of that, I'm realizing, especially for their types of weapons, the specials that they have specifically. They really just need to have control of that ramp, and when they don't have it, there is no way out.
And we are going to be seeing that lead swap here for Syrian Army. The bubbler play with that junior, getting all 3 of the members in before they could recap the zone, which is a fantastic play here. And so they are going to be taking that lead and getting a nice set of picks off of XOXO and still holding on to the zone.
Wow, I can't believe how much this is flipped. It looked like it was going in XOXO's favor for the first half of the game. Now XOXO has all of their members up. 3 go down on the side of Syrian Army. XOXO able to push here. They should have the advantage. They should be able to paint these zones, but they're having a hard time doing so.
Even though the bucket can't really outpaint all the shooters, it can stall out for a good amount of time. And so that was going to be the zone flip for XOXO, but they let Syrian Army back into mill here, and they flipped it right back again. So they kind of add a bit of a stalemate right here. I think what you mentioned before, just the fact that it's such a choke point onto that ramp, they really don't want to get locked out like that again with how well Syrian Army has been doing that to them. But so far, they're just really struggling to get back into the mid area.
Yeah, I'm realizing with XOXO's weapon picks, it feels like they don't have enough shooters to try and get the zones, try and fight against like a shot or a junior. It's just, I don't want to say they're slower weapons, but with painting especially, they're going to be slower. It's going to be harder for them to paint the zone rather than a conventional like shot.
I feel like the main thing is not like you're right, with the bucket and the squeezer, like they don't have as much paint out. Is the bucket and the brush, like they really have to be on top of the zone to get a lot of paint output. Not so much as against the junior and the splatter shot, like you said, just that they can really paint the zone from distance, contest it from distance, and it's just much harder for XOXO to do so. But they have control of the zone right here. They're pushing Syrian Army back into their base. If they're able to hold out, they're in overtime. They need to hold on to at least one of the zone, but they lose 2 of the members, and the Syrian Army is rushing in there to cap the zone. If they're able to hold on to
this one Slosher player is trying to win it all for him, but they just couldn't flip that zone back. They fought so hard. It was only them, and they were able to hold it for that long, but still they weren't able to outpaint the entire Syrian Army. So this unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, it's good for Syrian Army. Go Syrian Army. They got this match point.
They did indeed. It looked pretty highly consistent at the beginning there, but over time, Syrian Army just had that momentum going right here. We see Hog Rider in this replay right here. Like we saw XONXO with that really good push at the beginning, but once Syrian Army flipped that back, we just saw how much pressure they're able to put onto XOXO. And like you mentioned before, Sticks, once they got up into that ramp area, it was really hard for XOXO to break back out.
Yeah, I think they were realizing XOXO's pitfalls with their weapon choices, not being able to get out of that choke point very well. And once they realized that, they were really able to dominate. They were able to hold there. They were able to stop XOXO from getting anywhere close to the zones, unfortunately for them.
And when you have a lot of paint control, have a lot of map control in the middle there, it really allows that blaster to thrive because they can camp a lot of those ledges and just move around with the paint that their teammates are providing. And it's hard to just go in without knowing where that blaster is because they could just pick you off when you're not even looking.
Ooh, it looks like our next map mode is going to be Clam Blitz on Museum. Ah, I love clams at Museum. I love clams first of all, and I love Museum for a clams pick because of that middle pillar, that spinner. That it's fun. There's a lot of different map terrain to play around that's not in any other map mode really, and I love it. I love it.
Museums is a really fun map, I gotta agree. It's like one of the more unique maps, one of the imports from Splatoon 1. Like you mentioned, it has all those spinning bits that just has such a unique terrain. And I'm trying to remember, if you're able to get up to the one that's on the plat right there, that just adds a huge advantage when you're trying to push against the enemy basket. But it is a lot harder to get to that point because there are only a few entry points to the plat where the basket is. The main one, that ramp on the right side, the block in the middle, and then if you're able to time it correctly, the spinner in the middle.
That's true too. I was thinking you were going to mention the sneaky little block that's on the left that people can try and get onto and throw the clam with, but like that's always watched. that's always hard to pull off. It's just easier to go up the ramp most of the time, but if you know the enemy team's not watching, you can always try it.
Yes, as I like to say, the ramp is the safe route, the block is the more spicy route.
Ooh, it looks like on the side of XOXO, they swapped out that slosher for the Neo machine, right?
They did indeed. They're going for that point sensor and Zuka kit right here. I could see the strikes being used for zones, but definitely the Zuka, especially with how open the middle of museum is, like they can definitely pick off any members that are not paying attention.
It looks like XOXO has built their power clam, although two of their members do go down. They're not able to push that much more, and it looks like it's probably going to disappear in a second. XOXO is getting challenged on their plat now. Syrian Army has built their first power clam. They are trying to push forward, but it's a little difficult against the rest of XOXO.
Yeah, they had a nice engagement in the beginning. They were able to win some of those 1v1s, but when the specials came out, XOXO was successfully able to really stall them out and keep them from really pushing that. But Hog Rider!
Go Hog Rider!
Oh my goodness, the confidence there, the drop of ink. They had something going, just unfortunately was not able to pull it off.
Oh, they were so patient and everything too. I wanted them to get a pick, but XOXO just had that plat painted so well that they were able to maneuver around them and get that pick before they were able to do anything. Looks like XOXO now is trying to gain more control over the map. They're a bit past mid. They don't have a power clamp. Now they do. It looks like it's stuck in mid though, as Syrian Army is getting more aggressive here.
We're getting to this early bit of the map. Like it's hard to really get that first push going for Calamus, especially once again on Museum because of how hard it is to attack that plat, especially when the other team has members up. And so far, both teams are doing a great job at defending it. But we'll see Hog Rider once again trying to go on the offensive and get something happening. Gets a nice trade right there, but not really enough to make it push.
They really keep going for that, don't they? They really keep hiding there. Looks like XOXO now in possession of a power clam, although they can't really push it forward very well right now. They don't have mid control. They are using their specials to try and push up a little bit more, but Syrian Army is back here. They also have their own power clam trying to make something happen.
When you have a mode like clans where you have to push to a certain area, having the junior right there is kind of like a mini anchor almost. Like if they pop a bubbler, they can just hold so much area, keep them out. But right now they're trying to be on the aggressive. The junior going in, misses the first power clam, but they follow up with a second and get the basket open. Unfortunately, not too much other follow-up right there. Larry trying to clean up with a brush is going to be cleaning them up.
Looks like XOXO was able to push back, able to take most of mid when Syrian Army was down just then. Not able to hold much of it though. Syrian Army is pretty aggressive here, trying to get those picks. Has one pick down, and they do go down in mid here. Oh, it's just so back and forth right now.
Yeah, XOXO is just not finding that opening that they really want. Like every time they try to make a move, we see the specials come out from Syrian Army. We saw the Zuga right there taking down the brush, and they have a good grasp of their own plat, which is kind of all they need right now until they're able to prepare for another push. But we see XOXO, they're getting aggressive. They're trying to go in there, but they have to watch out for that blaster, able to chip at them from a distance.
Yeah, it looks like that blaster's still up, just on their plat, being doing a good job of keeping XOXO from just standing there, from waiting there, from building their specials there, from trying to push in. XOXO does have their power clam. They're really, really trying to push with it, but they just can't get past the Syrian army.
They really cannot right there, and they're losing 2 of the members right here. They get a nice Zuka shot on the blaster right there. That was going to be one of their chip damage out of the way, but they're once again backed up to their plat, not able to really get something going right here. Just so much map control for the Syrian army, and they're just keeping them at bay as we get into this last minute.
I'm wondering if it's a paint issue on the side of XOXO. They just can't keep enough paint on the ground because of their weapon choices. They do have a shot. They do have the more conventional shooter now instead of the squeezer, but it still seems like a hard time for them to try and even get to mid.
I think that could be part of it. They're not having the same mobility that Syrian army has with their double shooter comp, especially Junior. They're a painting machine. So if you're going against them with the kind of comp we have right here, is going to be a lot harder to kind of get that ground back. But I think coupling that with kind of that tri-slosher and the range blaster, both really good weapons at ledge camping. Once they give them space, they just take it and run away with it.
Oh goodness, XOXO has 2 power clams, but they only have 2 members up right now. Oh, they're really trying to get to the plat. They're trying to make that play, but they just can't get past the Syrian army. Syrian army has full control of their plat, almost full paint control of mid. XOXO trying really hard to sneak past, but they just can't. Oh no. Oh, they're trying. They're really trying.
Absolutely trying to blitz that right side there, but the Syrian army, so much map control, so much awareness of where they're coming from. They were able to shut it down before it get even started.
Oh goodness! And this match will go to Syrian army. And they did a really good job. They were so aggressive that whole time. I just remember seeing the blaster just able to hold almost single-handedly the enemy team back. And goodness, good plays all around from both sides.
Yeah, it really seemed like they struggled a bit at the beginning of the last match. Like we saw XOXO able to get the zone down to 45 before the Syrian army brought it back, but this time around it felt like XOXO was on the back foot for pretty much the entire match. Like they had some nice holds of mid, almost able to get a couple of push going, but they were shut down pretty much every single time. And then to Syrian army, when they were able to push back, they pushed back a little bit further, and that's what allowed them to get in. Just the one power clam, was all it took to win the game.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should take note that it only took one power clam for Syrian army to establish a lead. Like that's all that they threw in there, and that just shows how good the XOXO defense actually is. Like they may not have been able to get any points there, but they were able to stop any further pushes.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I think that once again goes back to not only like the coordination as a team, like I once again mentioned the special defense they had there, but having an anchor like the pencil right there, especially one that really knows how to use it, helps a lot when you're trying to just hold the space that you have.
Definitely. Oh goodness. Good plays all around. Now I'm trying to look back at brackets, see where we are. Next up will be round 3. Not sure what teams we are watching yet, but
it looks like the Syrian army is going to be moving on, waiting on. They're going to be going against Choo Choo next. It looks like.
Ooh. I like the little emojis in Choo Choo's name. That's good. I think we need more teams with emojis in them. Just kidding. TOs would hate that. Don't listen to me.
Yes, be kind to your TOs. They are amazing. And
yeah, use conventional letters, please. I've heard that before, that TOs like it best when you use letters that are on your average keyboard and not emojis that they have to look up every single time.
Yes.
Oh yeah, now it updated.
Looking back, it looks like on the round below, in control Red Sun still waiting on the Hades versus Orca Balestra match to finish, but Imposter versus Novel Gaming and Hail the Sun versus Never Back Down is going to be happening on next as well.
Oh, so I'm guessing Imposter beat out Eggshells. We just watched the Eggshells match, and they were doing pretty well, but I guess Imposter got the upper hand.
Yeah, 2-0 against against Eggshells there. Unfortunate. But yes, we will be going to a short break as we wait for the next match to set up. Most likely going to be In Control Red Sun versus whoever wins between Hades and Orca Balestra, just looking at the bracket here.
You can't say that. You don't know that.
Well, we got 2 matches in progress and then one we already watched. It's an educated guess. Don't take it with a grain of salt, but it's just an educated guess.
Okay, well, if you're wrong, what are you going to provide for the fine people of the stream? A knock-knock joke, perhaps?
I will provide a knock-knock joke if I am wrong.
Okay, I'm cool with this.
All right, stay tuned, stay hydrated. We'll be right back.
Bye!
Hello everyone. Welcome back to the Squid Junction. It is I, Mad Game the Second, and once again joined by the lovely and beautiful Miss Pixie Six.
Oh, thank you, I'm Mad. You are also lovely and beautiful. We are here watching round 3 of Squid Junction 61 between In Control, Red Sun, and Hades.
Ooh, yeah, we were just talking about In Control Red Sun, one of the runner-ups for the official Nintendo tournament. So
Are they really?
They were in one of the top spots, and I think they were actually. I'm trying to remember who they got knocked out by, but they were in the top 10, I would say, of that tournament.
Ah, see, I didn't know that. Looking at their Twitter now, it looks like they won Squid Junction 57, so they know this tournament. They know what they're doing.
Returning champions, and we are going to be hopping right into this match. Not enough time to talk about Hades just yet, but Zone's Mahi Mahi. We talked about clams on Museum, but I think this is another one of your favorites, isn't it?
Yes, I love Mahi. Nobody else loves Mahi, but I do. So that's what matters to me. Looks like we got some pretty conventional, pretty meta teams here, both running soda. We see Pencil on the side of Hades, Squeezer, Splash. Although I guess Splash is a little unconventional now, but we're seeing those crabs picks after the tournament that we just saw today with all of those crabs. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, definitely. Splash is definitely one of the more comfort picks, I would say. It's still pretty strong enough to hold up in the current meta, even if it's not like overpoweredly strong. But if you're able to be proficient with it, it is a nice comfort pick to have. And right here, we already see In Control Red Sun in control of the zone and the enemy base. Pika and Nico right there just going in and wrecking havoc.
Goodness.
They are so deep in there. They are just absolutely keeping the bait, and as they take this lead.
Looks like Hades is trying to. Two members of In Control Red Sun are down now, so Hades has control of their plat once again. They're pushing out here using the crab, using their other specials to push forward. One goes down on In Control Red Sun, so Hades has a good chance here to take back the zone.
It is highly contested right now. We do see the bucket out of commission for the time, but the jet comes out and trying to find something. Does get a nice flat right there. Still not able to take control from In Control right now. Hades just struggling to paint that zone.
Goodness, it felt like they had more players on the field for a while, and they still couldn't flip it. I guess they're just getting really outpainted here in the middle.
Like we saw just the amount of pressure that the ballpoint was able to have right there, especially popping that inkjet, and we already see they're throwing that crab out again, but not able to really get something going. Cooler's going to be coming out for Hades, but they lose their splash, one of their main painters, and so they're down a player as we're getting down to the last 10 points. Like they have to make something happen here, but just this defense is too strong right now.
In Control Red Sun keeping it until the end. Right here, they have this match point for Mahi Zones. Hades really trying to make something happen, and I think it's really impressive on the side of In Control Red Sun that they were kind of staggering their specials there. They didn't need to use all of them at once. They didn't need to lock out Hades really hard. They had that paint control. They had zones even when Hades did have more players on the field. Like they knew what to focus on. They knew where to get the picks. They knew what was important, and they were able to hold it.
We saw there, especially mid-match, the kind of like the split strategy they had. We had the zap and we had the ballpoint on the zone, keeping it covered, keeping that mid space kind of in their favor, and that allowed the Nico and there was a bucket in the splatter shot to just jump back in once they get taken out, but they stalled for a good amount of time up in that base, even if they were taken down in the end. And so I think like that's kind of what you want for zones. It's just being able to stall for as much time as possible, and they did a good job of that.
Yeah, goodness, they did. I just think it's really interesting how there was no one established point where there was a wipeout and a team got control. It was very organized on both sides. They were able to not stagger, able to keep people trying to paint the zone. It was just against each other, just painting it. That's where the complications set in. That's where it was difficult. That's where they couldn't turn it. And just having it based on the zone alone, that almost never happens, even though it is zones. You usually can control it from another side, but they just weren't able to.
I'm also I saw a request in the chat for some splatling tips, and we did see a splatling in that last match. Was a Crim running that instead of the Charger. Up against a Pencil can be a rather difficult matchup because Pencil has about the same range as the ballpoint, but because it has more damage, you're able to get that 2 splats, especially with the latest nerf where you kind of get a bit of RNG at that longest range. It can be hard for a ballpoint to directly contest it. However, with In Control Red Sun, the ballpoint was there a lot more for that kind of like zone support, for that mid control. They were able to keep the paint going for their bucket and their splash shot, and the splash shot and bucket were able to just be the aggressors and be able to get really up in their face with it.
Well, enough about Splatlings. We are watching Clam Blitz on Crab Leg Capital with Hades and In Control Red Sun. Looks like mostly the same weapons from both sides. Although, is that a 96 that I see pulled out? Ooh, for the Kraken. Oh, you love Kraken cheese on Clam Blitz. It's fun for the Kraken player as long as people follow up with it. But I wouldn't think at a higher level like this that they would still be pulling that out.
I think specifically for this map, it is incredibly hard to get into the basket. There is one usable route, and that's that ramp. If you can get up in the top right, that is a good secondary route, but it can be hard to do so safely with just the amount of grading. It just leaves you so vulnerable. So typically, the only safe spot is that ramp, and Kraken can just break through a lot of that defense on that ramp.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of trades back and forth here. Hades has 2 down, though. In Control Red Sun trying to take the left, trying to take the ramp. Oh, it looks like they're having a hard time. Hades is now all together, just holding their plat here, holding against the enemy team. The Kraken comes out. They're trying to get picks, but it looks like In Control Red Sun is able to get out of there quick enough so that they don't go down.
That was exactly what I was talking about before. They had that ramp lockdown. They were able to keep them out. The Kraken in particular just use that choke point to his advantage. But it was the quickness that In Control saw they were locking it down, and they immediately went to that right flank. There was no one left to defend that, so that allowed them to get that opening. But unfortunately, it was only the one power clam. So there's still anyone's game at this point. Hades has a chance to bring this back if they're able to follow up.
It looks like they're having a little bit of trouble getting fixed here. The crab not being able to push in too much, and that seems to be one of the main aggressive specials on the side of Hades. They're getting pushed back very slowly. In Control Red Sun taking more space here. They do have the Kraken. Let's see if we get some Kraken cheese going. And we do! Let's go!
We do see the basket getting open. It looked like there wasn't really anyone at all around the Kraken to kind of punish it. They looks like they were already in mid.
Ooh.
And that's going to be a wideout off of Red Sun here. Hades able to really capitalize off that push, not only get the points and the lead, but still have a lot of map control in mid.
I'm really excited about that. They were able to take advantage of that push. That though they only needed the Kraken and the person with the power clam to really get any points there. The remaining members who were in mid were able to hold well enough that members of In Control Red Sun went down.
There was a stay safe and just keep everyone ready to go for the next push. But here we see the strikes just canceling out the crab. Ooh. The nice splat with the jet. That's going to be 3 members down off of Hades, and In Control is getting set up. We see the shot just really getting up in their face right here as they open the basket again.
Yeah, it was looking like Hades was not able to hold the ramp with only 1 member. A little hard there, but they are able to defend pretty well. In Control Red Sun getting a few more clams here, doing what they can to keep their lead going. But Hades able to regroup very fast, painting up, trying to get their specials.
One of the things that I've come to learn about clams is you don't always have to splat the player to stop them. You just have to be able to paint their feet so they can't swim up to the basket. If you have a weapon that doesn't paint real well, you miss that kill shot, you're not going to be able to stop them. But the Kraken cheese, 2 power clams in the basket, down to 27. Hades is still kicking it right now.
See, I was amazed that there was a member of In Control Red Sun on Hades' plat while that Kraken cheese was going on. That they were still trying to stop the people from jumping before they jumped, and they just were not able to.
We saw that was the power of the cooler right there. Not only were we able to see them teleport to the enemy basket, they were able to come back with their specials online with that crab. Instant defense ready to go for the counter push.
Ooh. Oh, In Control Red Sun getting the lead here, pushing in enough clams off of Hades. Hades, the Kraken is coming out. They're trying to get these picks, trying to remove In Control Red Sun from their plat. Oh, and they were not able to do it in time.
Oh, man. It was the Kraken and the pencil. They're trying to play defense, but both the remaining members of Red Sun just dancing around, keeping the paint, staying alive for that last power clam to go in and get the KO.
Wow, that was so impressive. That happened all so quickly. I was definitely thinking that this was going to be in Hades' favor. They had just such great pushes, such great coordination. Even though it was a little silly with the Kraken cheese getting those points, they made it work. They made those jumps work. But In Control Red Sun just had enough organization to be able to get this match point to win this game, and it's really impressive to watch.
When you get to like really high level teams like this, bringing out the Kraken chase, you need a lot of awareness and a lot of like knowing when to pop it when the team is not going to be there to punish it. Like, it's so easy to punish a Kraken push like that, especially for the user of the Kraken. But it seemed like every time that Hades went in there with the Kraken jumps, they caught Red Sun unawares. They weren't able to immediately like counteract them. And in fact, one time they were able to get enough members down to just keep control of mid for a lot longer. However, In Control Red Sun was able to clutch it out, and because just the sheer aggression of their players allowed them to get to the basket and just stay alive long enough to get the clams in.
I see Twitch user Aquafina says Kraken cheese won't always save you, and this is the game to prove the point. Hades had the lead. Hades, it was in their favor, and still the Kraken cheese did not save them, unfortunately. In Control Red Sun did get that match point, and let's see where they are going now. Looks like they're going to be against whoever wins versus Choo Choo and Syrian Army.
And that matchup is currently at 1-1, so they are pretty evenly matched from what the numbers tell us. But once again, it is going to be Imposter is going up against Hail the Sun down below. And we did see that they did take out novel game mode already.
All right. Well, while we wait for the next match up, we are going to go on a small break. Gonna recollect ourselves for round 4. Hello, everyone. Welcome. You are watching Squid Junction 61. I am Miss Pixie 6. Please just call me 6. That's a long name. I just prefer the end. How about you, Imad?
I am doing just fantastic. We are getting into our best of 7 matches. Ooh. Best of 5. Don't listen to me. It is still best of 5. We are not quite to the best of 7 just yet. It is Imposter versus Hail the Sun. Some of our top seeds of this tournament, even higher seeded than In Control Red Sun, and we saw how tough or how tight that last matchup they were against Hades. So we're in for a treat in this matchup.
I didn't actually see the seed numbers. Where was In Control Red Sun seeded?
I think In Control was C4 or 5, and then Hades was just a seed below them.
Okay, because Imposter is seed 2 and Hail the Sun is seed 3. So I'm wondering who seed 1 is. I'm wondering who we haven't seen yet.
Well, we are getting into the semifinals here. This is going to be the next stop before finals. So this is the last ticket unless they want to go through the losers bracket and have to fight their way back.
Gotcha, yeah. We are seeing splat zones on Barnacle and Dime first. Oh wait, is these pictures incorrect here? I'm a little confused. Gotcha. Okay, it is a strike ban system. So what I am reading here is not.
Apparently, somebody didn't like Zones, Barnacle, and Dime.
Wow, why would they not like Zones, Barnacle, and Dime? Barnacle and Dime is an underrated map, and Splat Zones, Barnacle and Dime is an underrated map mode. So, whatever. I won't judge them. I will only have the judgment in my voice and not in my heart.
But we will be going to Tower Control on Mako Mart as an old school favorite of the competitive scene. Not as much as the zones on Mako Mart, but still pretty well known. this is the one that can actually no, pretty much a lot of the map tower control you can run away with, but this one in particular, because of how small it is, if if one of the teams is able to really get aggressive and get control of the kind of ledge right there, that it could be so hard to stop the tower from moving.
Definitely. I know this is a really great map mode for backline, especially Splatlings, being able to stand up there and hide behind cover, able to shoot directly at the tower from so many high points too. Macomart is really well known for that. They just have so many points on the map where you could just stand on and shoot the tower.
Indeed, like it does have some nice vantage points for a lot of backlines, Splatlings, and Chargers. But one of the things they have to watch out for is there is a lot of ledges and a lot of tight spaces for things like blasters and buckets to shine as well. So a lot of those shorter range aggressive weapons, if you're not watching where they're going, they can come up behind you and take you down.
Indeed. Now, Imposter and Hail the Sun, do you know anything about these two teams? I'm not sure. I've heard of them before, and both of their images for their teams look very memey, look very silly. So if these are the established logos, I mean, good for them. They stuck to being silly, and they're both memes. Okay, I've been told they're both memes. I think more teams should commit to meming, and so we don't have this trouble where we can't differentiate. Or we can differentiate rather between meme teams and pickup teams and established teams by their logos.
Indeed. Now, unfortunately, I am not too familiar with them. Let's take a look at some of their roster right here, if any players stand out. Oh, Red Shell. In fact, we see a lot of members from, I think, Demise is what it is. Henry, Drift, and Red Shell. Not Demise. Okay, but Red Shell, a prominent brush player, very aggressive, very high levels. We are in for a treat tonight. And then we also have...
Oh, I know. Is it Zenith? Zenith?
Yes.
I know of them. They are a very good... oh gosh, I don't remember what weapon they play. But they're very good at it, whatever it is.
Whatever they play, they're really good at it, yes. So it is, we are indeed seeing some of the top cut selects of this tournament at play right here in this semifinals.
Ooh, I'm loving these team comps here. A little unconventional with the brush and the roller on Imposter, and seeing the 52 on the side of Hail the Sun, a little bit different, a little bit quirky, but it'll be fun to see these two teams go up against each other.
Yeah, once again, there's still a lot of opportunity for a backline to shine here, but there's just as much an opportunity for weapons such as that roller and that brush to get into places that they normally win. There's a lot of very open maps, very just exposed maps in this game. Macomart is not one of them.
Ooh, looks like Hail the Sun is taking control of mid here, getting those picks off. They do have two down, but they are able to kind of move around the map really well. I guess it has to be due to their weapon picks that they're just so mobile. They're just able to go everywhere, able to scare off Imposter from going any further.
Yeah, it's just a bloodbath out here. Like, both teams are like, they're fighting for mid and just losing two players at a time constantly. Like, neither team has been able to get a solid control enough to push the tower. There's just been enough players alive just to keep from really moving. Like, 91 has been the only points of this whole game so far. We're already a minute and a half in.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are just trying to establish control before they grab this tower, because it just leaves them too vulnerable. To go down on the side of Hail the Sun with that Zuka. Now, Imposter does have control of the tower. They're able to get the small lead here, but Hail the Sun is just, they're so aggressive with this crab pointed right at the tower. I'm not sure how Imposter is going to go past this now.
Yeah, we have the crab on the stack right there, and then we have the pencil up in the snipe. The crossfire was overwhelming for Imposter? The team on the tower was having a hard time pushing it past the checkpoint, and they are going to be taking three members down. Just Red Shell remaining. They are going to be coming back in, trying to sneak in and get some pressure on to keep them from really running away with the tower. But the man advantage currently is for Hail the Sun, and they are going to be trying to get more points for the tower. But Red Shell is not letting them sleep safely tonight, getting two splats before they're taken down, and it is going to be just another kind of stalemate in mid here.
Looks like both teams fighting right here in mid. Everything is so quick. It's hard to keep track of what is going on, but Hail the Sun does have control of the tower now. They're able to get a small lead. The ticker is still ticking down. They're able to get points. They're able to establish their space here right by the tower.
Oh, we see the zip coming out, and we see the other 2 picks. Like, that is going to be a delayed wipe off of Hail the Sun right here. The nice plays by, once again, Red Shell and their team, able to just completely take down the defense right there. They still have to get past this checkpoint. Zenith doing a good job of just holding this corner, which is a key area to have for the second checkpoint. 3 is going to come back to a delayed wipe off Imposter.
Wow, Imposter really gotta get together, try to build those specials here, try to push out. Hail the Sun has a lot of control over them, has a lot of the paint advantage here. Imposter trying to get out of this corner. Now they're able to knock Hail the Sun off of that tower. Both teams still fighting in mid though, still getting those picks, still trading. Hail the Sun has control of the tower once more.
That's going to be 2 members off of Imposter, and they are going to be taking control of this corner. Like, this corner is such a key place to have when you're trying to get past that first checkpoint. Like, if you're not able to push them out of that, it's going to be hard to get it any further. But they are going to be getting down to 54 past that checkpoint area, and they are going to be forced to have to back up here as the defense for Imposter comes back. But still, players are going down left, right, and center here.
Yeah, it looks like Imposter does have control of the tower right now. They are getting the picks. There are 2 down on the side of Hail the Sun. This is Imposter's best chance to get those points, to get that lead back. Oh, Zenith does go down here. Imposter holding this tower. So many members just buzzing around the tower. Will they get this lead?
They are indeed going to get this lead. We saw several of them, the brush and the shot, jump onto that ledge, which is really where you want to be to get them hold. But now they're just going to be falling apart. They're going to be losing control of the tower. But as a pretty decent lead at that as we get into 30 seconds. But if Hail Sun brings us back around, they could easily take that lead right back from, because they haven't really touched the checkpoint yet.
Yeah, it's amazing that this is so close, that so many trades are happening, that like not that many points have been scored, really. They struggle to get to that second checkpoint. Both teams just being so aggressive with each other. Hail the Sun does have 2 down, though. Imposter looks like they might be in a good position to secure their lead.
I have to agree with you. Like, it's just the sheer chaos we're seeing in this match right here. Like, normally when you get up to high level Splatoon, and that's going to be a 3 down, and Imposter holding on to that last lead. But I was going to say, like, normally when you see a stalemate in high level Splatoon, it's a lot of the players playing it safe and playing to their specials. Here we're seeing just I can't think of what it is, but it's just like
chaotic.
It's chaotic. It's just everyone running in and splatting each other constantly. Like, you don't see that too often.
You know, if I didn't know better, it seemed a lot like solo queue, and like every man for themselves, just like being really scrappy, just getting every pick that you possibly can, rather than focusing on the objective. But these are high-level teams. You know that they're on comms. You know that they're planning this. You know that they know where every single pick is happening. Just, it's so coordinated that it looks uncoordinated.
It's intentional chaos. They're doing this on purpose, y'all.
Oh goodness! Well, that was a fun match to watch. That point does go to Imposter.
I'm curious to see what the final KAs for that were, but
we will never know. Somebody else will know. I won't know.
But like, the comps were very aggressive, even with the pencil on there. But I'm trying to just figure out or decide if that was because of the map mode that things got so scrappy for so long. Are we going to see some of the same stuff, or is it going to be a little bit more measured, kind of what we're used to seeing for top level Splatoon for Clams, Robo-Rom?
Robo-Ramen. We haven't seen much of it because it is such a new map.
It's brand new.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Clams is going to look like from players at this level, because I feel like in solo queue right now, for me, this is a really scrappy map mode. Just there's so many little hallways to go down, and you can go underneath where the main area is to collect clams and just be really sneaky that way. I'm just excited to see how these teams will pull that off, considering, like you were saying in Mako Mart, like it's such a small map that they're all really close to each other. They're able to coordinate that better. But when you can really be all over the place in a bunch of different places in the map, like, I'm not sure how they're going to coordinate the same way.
Indeed. Now we were talking about earlier of Museum de Alfonsino having those spinners, just the unique Mac geography we have on there. Robobrom is in that same vein, just a very unique map, not quite as similar as a lot of the other maps here. So it allows for a lot more outside the box plays, a lot more diversity than we're used to seeing.
Ooh, I'm seeing a different lineup from Hail the Sun. I can't remember what it was before. I don't remember there being the T-Tech and the shot though.
You're right. I don't remember the double shot either. Running the double shot alongside that 52 is going to allow them to have a lot of paint.
Yeah, definitely.
But it doesn't seem like Imposter has changed up the comp too much. Still going for that really in-your-face, just run at him kind of comp right here, especially with the brush and the carbon combo.
I'll be honest, I love any team that can make a brush work. Just the weapon itself is so chaotic. It goes so quickly when you run, but at the same time, it's hard to be sneaky enough to get those picks with it. But if you can do it, it's really cool to watch. So my props go to Imposter for me. That's just a really cool pick.
Indeed. And speaking of which, we're seeing Red Shell with that Zipcaster once again. I don't think they were able to find too much value out of it. In fact, it is going to be Hail the Sun getting the 2 down and taking control, but this is the unfortunate thing of Clambless. You're able to push up, take ground, but if you don't have the clamp to back it up, the objective ain't going to go nowhere.
Yeah, it looks like Hail the Sun is kind of scrambling here, trying to look for more clams. The most they have is on that pencil there, but the pencil is pretty pushed back to their spawn even. Now, Imposter is taking control of mid here, trying to get more clams, but right now they only have 2 in their name.
I feel like we're not seeing as much of that scrappy 1v1s that we were seeing before. We saw several members go down when they tried to push up, but because of how large kind of the map is, each team is able to be a little bit more grouped in. I was trying to figure out what was happening. The 3 members went down, the power clown jumped out, but they are jumping back to save the ball because it is going to be Imposter getting the first basket open here.
Yeah, I was amazed that Imposter had been able to push up this far, but they hadn't built their power clam yet. So I was kind of wondering, like, oh, what are they going to do? What are they going to do with this lead? Are they going to be able to hold it? But it looks like they were able to get that power clam in. Ends up trying to build another power clam here, although the pencil on the side of Hail the Sun does have their own power trying to push up.
I feel like the team that really can come out on top on this map is the one that's able to use some of the lower areas to their advantage. I know, as is a newer map, a lot of players, especially newer players, want to play safe and stay on the high ground, and especially that choke point, but you leave yourself vulnerable to a lot of those flanks if you're not paying attention. We saw Imposter doing that quite a bit with the brush and the carbon, but now it's going to be Hail the Sun coming in with the strikes, getting the power clam in, and another clam. They're able to take the lead before they're wiped out. I'm sorry, no, they wiped out Imposter.
Yeah.
They're still in control. If they're able to get a couple of clams in, they can keep this basket open.
It looks like they don't have the clams, though. They're not able to keep it open that long. Hail the Sun did have good control over the space there, but they just did not have the clams to keep that basket open. Now they do have a power. They're trying to get more clams here in the middle. Imposter buzzing around trying to hold their own space by their basket so that they don't get dunked on again.
Hail the Sun doing a fantastic job of just keeping paint right now, but they're slowly losing ground here. Imposter is coming up from that left side, which is one of the more crucial flanks you got to pay attention to because it's so close to that kind of defensive posture that you want. But here we see Red Shell, Zipcaster coming out, getting one before getting taken down. That's going to be both of the shots out of commission. Imposter just retaking a lot of that map control before they push up.
Yeah, doing that Zipcast against the killer whale, that was a choice. I'm not sure who did their special first, but seeing that try and go off, really difficult. Looks like Imposter takes the lead back, getting 2 power clams into that basket. They do get wiped out by Hail the Sun. Hail the Sun now has the advantage to push up to take space. They do have a power clam. Let's see if they can score it in here.
Not only they're able to push up and retake mid, but a lot of clams just spawn for them. But they once again not pay attention to that flank. Red Shell coming and getting nice 2 picks, a wipeout off of Hail the Sun, and Imposter's already set up to make another power clam.
Wow, that brush is just amazing to watch. They're able to get all those sneaky picks, and they were able to build their own power clam and just score it just now. Like they're I don't want to say they're carrying the team. That's not fair to say to their team. They're just doing very well, and that brush is just the VIP right now, I would say.
They're doing a lot of very highlight plays. They're getting those openings for the teams that they're able to follow up with, and so they're creating the kind of opportunities that they need to get the clam in, especially with how Hail the Sun has been kind of pushing back with their own aggression. But as we get into the last 10 seconds, not a single power clam to Hail the Sun's name at the moment. They do have the pity clam in their possession, but so many clams for the side of Imposter. If they're able to break through and open the basket, that's going to be the end of overtime.
Imposter is so dang aggressive here, pushing mid even though they have the lead. They have their own power clam, not trying to push it forward right now. They only have 2 up. They just have to defend. They have to stop this power clam from coming in and getting more points, and the Brush is able to do that at the last second. Let's go!
They just did not have enough time to get that power climb in. In fact, I was watching it tick down, and I was like, there's it to the point where even if they threw it in, the animation for the basket open is so long, it wouldn't have been open in time.
Oh, goodness. That was a good game. Oh, my goodness. Like I was saying, it's hard to find such a great Brush player, hard weapon to master at this level, and just watching them able to kind of kite around Hail the Sun's plays, just really impressive to watch, really fun.
Yes, indeed. And once again, like, they were able to play Tucson kind of the map so well. They were taking full advantage of all of that space, and we saw at the end there, even though they would push up really aggressively and got taken down, because of how large the map was, they were able to just kind of stall out for the last couple of seconds they needed to keep Hail the Sun from getting there in time. Pair that with kind of like the cooler that they had going there, they were able to be back for defense right when they needed to.
Just watching that wipeout back on Hail the Sun, goodness, there were so many times where Hail the Sun had man advantage, but they just weren't able to hold anything. Just goodness, good games all around. Good teams, good coordination both sides, but just one has to come on top in these matches, and we've seen Imposter just be able to do that.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, it's not the end of their run for Hail the Sun just yet. There is one more match. We are at match point on Zone's Umami, and they've shown like they're keeping up with Imposter's aggression. I feel like that last one kind of ran away from them, but in the first tower control match, it was incredibly close. I would not be surprised if they were able to bring it back in this next one.
Mm-hmm. We were talking earlier about how it's harder for a Brush to get paint on the ground in a Zone's match because they have to be, right there on the zone painting it. And I'm thinking that Hail the Sun has a bit of an advantage with all of their shooter weapons to be able to paint from afar, to be able to hold it, whereas the Brush has to be right there in the zone to be able to hold it. So I think Hail the Sun might have the advantage here.
They have the triple shooter, they have the pencil at that, so just having that backline for this will already put them in a good place against kind of like the hyper aggressive that is Imposter. But saying that, they are bringing out the Nautilus in favor of, I'm not even sure what
that's a Wiper instead of the Brush, I think.
Yeah, the Wiper is swapping out for the Brush, but they're bringing the Nautilus here for a little bit of that extra range, the midline range, still going for a very mobile and aggressive comp, however.
I think it's interesting that Hail the Sun now has 2 shots with the pencil and the 52. They are going really aggressive. They are trying to maintain their mostly shooter comp, but it looks like Imposter with their kind of off-meta picks are able to push up here to try and get that advantage on them.
Rush still wreaking havoc as usual, able to get the paint down to take the zone for Imposter, but the nice Zuka splash and the aggression from Hail the Sun is going to be flopping that zone back over before it gets too far, but the Carbon is going to take some down with them on the way out.
Looks like Imposter is trying to push back in here, getting their specials off that hammer with Red Shell here, trying to get those splats, trying to get those picks, establishing their zone. Oh, it looks like they're way pushed up. They're being really aggressive here with that lead. Or not lead, sorry, with that map control.
Once again, like, having the cooler on your team just allows you to do see these more risky plays that you normally wouldn't be able to otherwise, and they are taking full advantage of those perks as well. Ooh, the nice shot from the Zuka, able to take down the Nautilus, but they are already back in the game.
Ooh. There's a lot of trading going back and forth. Hail the Sun really relying on their Zuka picks to be able to get back in here. Imposter Do they have? They do have the Zuka with the roller.
Yeah,
I
the
guess.
carbon.
So they do have a Zuka on their side, but double Zuka, that's kind of meta right now.
Certainly has kind of that range and splat opportunity that you want to see, but it kind of against the hammer, the rain, and the cooler. So it's really only the one Zuka that has a lot of opening potential, but Imposter is making it work. They still have that lead right now. They are still keeping Hail the Sun on their toes with the in-your-face aggression, and they're just not lighting up whatsoever.
Goodness, oh, there's the Zuka on the side of Hail the Sun again. They do get 2 down on Imposter. Imposter trying to push forward, trying to hold any space, but they keep going down. It's they're having a lot of trouble trying to keep any space on the map.
The Wiper does get a nice pick right there, but is not able to cap or paint the zone. Carbon takes one as they're getting shut down as well, but it is Hail the Sun locking this down right now. They are 2 members down, but they're able to take 3 off of Imposter and just kind of really cutting down their momentum they have right here.
I'm just amazed how Hail the Sun is able to. Oh, let's go! Pelu here getting a triple with that Zuka. Now Hail the Sun is right up in Imposter spawn. Imposter trying to find a way to get out, trying to get back to zone, but this one goes to Hail the Sun. They're able to hold it. They're able to be aggressive like they wanted to in those other 2 matches, and they made it work here, just like we thought.
I mean, they still were on the ropes for a good part of that. Imposter still held on to that zone, even with kind of like their unusual comp. They are aggressive enough and knew their weapon strengths and weaknesses enough to keep it going. But I feel like it was that play by the splatter shot at the end there. Even with 10 points remaining, you knew that was GG. Like with a 3 down like that, there was no way for them to get back and cap the zone in time.
It's that double Zuka, baby. Do you think next round Imposter's gonna do a double Zuka too, trying to counter it, or just maybe even go more aggro, get more weapons that play for themselves, you know?
Let me take a look at the next map. It is going to be Tower Control and Inkblot Art Academy, so maybe not quite as essential here. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought back the Carbon Brush, because Inkblot, another small map with a lot of places to hide. Here, see the
yeah, that triple. Let's go, Pelu. That was cool to watch.
That was really cool to watch. I was like, the angle that they got on them was impressive.
I'm impressed that they saw that opportunity and they went for it. They were not scared to go all the way up in that spawn and use that Zuka. That was so cool. I'm excited to watch more of this.
And it is going to be Tower Control on Inkblot, the map mode, the counter pickable counter picks. And as I was saying before, Inkblot is a smaller map like Makomar, and with a lot of kind of like places to seek cover. So I wouldn't be surprised if they opted not going for the double Zuka, but in fact went back to that Carbon Roller combo.
That'd be interesting. I'm not sure what I would like to see on this map mode. It's so standard, I feel like I've seen every sort of comp play on this map mode, so nothing surprises me at this point.
That is a fair assumption. And honestly, like Hail the Sun is kind of getting comfortable with that double shot 52 comp alongside the pencil, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the return of the T-Tech with that strikes, because that is a strong pick for Tower Control.
That's true. You always see strikes, and I guess Booyah Bomb's kind of fallen out of favor because of the weapons that have Booyah Bomb. But that's always a strong pick for Tower as well.
Oh, absolutely. We are going to be seeing a double Zuka comp, and still the return of the brush carbon combo. So still, we were both right in our predictions, but I was not expecting the double Zuka comp from Sun with a double shot.
No? Didn't they do this earlier?
They did, but I was kind of expecting the T-Tech to come back out for Tower Control, but no, they are comfortable with that double Zuka shot.
Well, hey, they did so well on it last time. Why not bring it out again?
That is true. That is true. I feel like that is kind of their answer to the aggression that Imposter is coming out, is just bringing out the double B shot.
Yeah, it looks like Imposter is the first one with this tower now, trying to push up here. They do have all 4 members. Oh, as I say that, 2 of them get taken down. 3 of them get taken down by Hail the Sun, as that Zuka comes out from Kaden. Now, Hail the Sun does have control of mid. They are painting it. They are trying to get these picks here, trying to establish a hold before they take that tower.
And we saw in that first match on Tower Control, Hail the Sun did incredibly well against Imposter. It was a very tight point victory for Imposter. So they're showing that they are comfortable with this mode, and they are really tearing into that first checkpoint
Ooh.
right there.
Looks like Red Shell here using that Zipcaster to be a little bit aggressive, trying to get these picks here, but they weren't able to get any. There's only one left now on the side of Imposter, and it's a wipeout for Hail the Sun. They're able to get this checkpoint, able to hold all this space here. Will Imposter be able to get out in time?
This is the kind of weak point of Inkblot Art Academy, is like if you can get your momentum going for tower control and really keep the snowball going, you can do it so well. You have to really coordinate well to break out, or you throw a red shell at them. That works too.
Goodness. Imposter really trying here, really trying to get these picks, trying to get Hail the Sun to go away, but they just can't. There's too many members there. There's too many people holding space. It's so hard for Imposter. So many have been taken down, and they're still trying to establish hold of their bats here.
Remembers down off of Imposter onto that third checkpoint for Hail the Sun, and the Zuka's going to be coming out, trying to find something, not able to, and I think they are just going to be holding for pain.
Ooh.
And that is a wipeout. That is huge for Hail the Sun. There is still an opportunity to stop them here, but they are on their last ropes. They are going to be just stacking on that tower and getting the KO.
Yeah.
2-2.
With that special, with that killer whale there was no way Imposter was going to be able to even touch that tower at the end. It's interesting how the dynamic is flipped, how Imposter started out with being that really aggressive team with getting all those picks, and once Hail the Sun gets steamrolling there, they were just able to keep holding, to keep pushing forward, and it's really impressive how quickly they were able to pull it off.
I think that is the neat thing about a lot of these like really seasoned teams. Like you do have those teams that have one comp for every situation that they're just absolutely comfortable with, but then you have teams like Hail the Sun here who like you have that kind of that first match to feel out the other team, figure out what they're going to be playing, and so that kind of is a bit of a gamble, and they didn't quite win that gamble. But here, like it seems they've settled in on what they want to do to counteract what Imposter's throwing at them. The double V shot and the 52 here is they seem to be sticking with it because it's working for them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good. I wonder if Imposter now is going to try and really switch it up, because I feel like Hail the Sun has such a good read on them now, understands how they play, how their weapons go, and what positions they take up. That it's just too predictable now. I think Imposter has to do something completely different.
We are once again, it is going to be Clan Blitz, which Imposter won the last time, but unlike Ramen, Scorch Gort is very, very open middle, very
True.
large, and just there's not a whole lot of cover. It is more similar to Umami here, and it is going to allow a lot of pressure from that pencil against Imposter. So like it's going to be hard to run kind of like that short range aggressive comp they've been having. I feel like they're going to try to bring out something similar to the Nautilus again, just to get a little bit more range out of their comp.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. When they did pull out that Nautilus, they didn't win that match. But I don't know. Maybe they could still use it and win this one. I don't know. I don't know good Nautilus play as easily as I can see good shot play. For good shot play, you just need to know how to use your Zukas correctly, really.
Yeah, it is hard to tell because on the one hand, you have the very wide open map that could benefit Hail the Sun, which we kind of predicted, but we also have to take in fact it was zones the last time Hail the Sun won that, and that could be a completely game changer when it comes to Clan Blitz.
I'm loving these graphics, by the way. Shout out to production for having that cool little tiebreaker animation.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh, it looks like double shot on the side of Hail the Sun again, and maybe more conventional picks on the side of shoot, I just forgot their name. Imposter.
Imposter still sticking with the carbon brush, but Red Shell swapping off that Zipcaster to a rain beacon. They're trying to increase the respawn time with the beacon placements here.
That's a good strategy, I think. I'm just interested to see how we had predicted that a Nautilus would come out on the side of Imposter, but instead they opted for the shot for that kind of gameplay, and it looks like it's working for them though, with Imposter pushing up on the ramp of Hail the Sun. Imposter doesn't seem to have their power clamp yet, but they are establishing control here.
I think one of the things I did not account for was the fact that when you have Clambles on Scorch, nice Zuka plays, by the way. Just Zuka's getting thrown everywhere in that last second there. But I was thinking back to the Rainmaker match we had where the tower in the middle was lower, so he had a lot more open space. But that kind of changes for that pencil user when you have that giant structure in the middle that allows a little bit more cover for those shorter range weapons. So they're not having quite as much of a hard time as I was expecting.
The brush does jump out on the side of Imposter. Looks like Hail the Sun is establishing control of mid here. The shot having, well, one of the two shots having the most clams on the side of Hail the Sun. They are trying to collect them, trying to push up at the same time. Ooh, Zenith looks like they got some picks there. Imposter trying to scramble to hold control of their own.
Yes, indeed. It is a fight for that basketball. But finally, Hail the Sun is going to be opening up and possibly throwing a couple more clams. They do get the one clam in, possibly two. Oh, that is going to be two down off of an Imposter, and more clams are going to be pouring in.
Oh no! It looks like Imposter's trying really hard to get these picks here, trying to go from behind. They are able to get control of around their basket now, even though they only have two players up. They are trading, they are getting picks, but two. Oh, it's a wipeout for Imposter. Has all of the members of Hail the Sun down. Imposter able to retake mid here. Hopefully they're able to get the clams to be able to push back.
This is going to be their chance to turn this around, but already Hail the Sun had such a lot of map painted already. They were able to come back and keep a lot of the other side of the map. It's going to be a lot for Imposter to break back in, but they have so many power clams in their possession. Like, if they get this going, they can take a lot of points off them.
Yeah, goodness. Imposter is like stacked. They are ready. They are ready to make that push, but as two go down, maybe they're not able to be as aggressive as they'd like to be. They are trying, though. They are trying to keep control. Look at all those clams on the ground as people go down. Goodness, there's so many picks going back and forth.
Oh, man. Yeah, it was a... I don't know what was going on there, but there's a lot of people going down. And it is going to be Imposter still kind of maintaining a lot of control. They don't have quite clam count as they originally had, but they have enough to really keep this going. They're going to be able to get this open, get some more clams in. We'll see if they have enough to get the lead back. There's a lot of pressure coming out from Hail the Sun for that defense.
Yeah, it looks like Imposter is getting pushed off that ramp pretty quickly as all of Hail the Sun's members able to hold space there. Imposter only had two up at the time, and now as they have their entire team in mid, they're trying to just get these clams again.
Once again, Hail the Sun, so much good map control. They were able to push back Imposter. Like, I feel like one of the things that Imposter had going for them for that first match was the surprise factor of that carbon brush, but like once Hail the Sun wisens up to their plays, like we see them, they're able to counteract even with kind of like that fast and kill hungry comp with the brush and the carbon. The triple shot or the triple shooter is just able to outpaint them, and honestly, if they're keeping their wits about them, outmaneuver them.
Yeah, this is a really impressive whole set for Hail the Sun, getting to learn the weaknesses of Imposter and being able to play against them so well that within the set they're able to learn enough to win against them.
I mean, we are getting down to this last minute, and Imposter's trying to make something happen once again, but just are losing too many members, and the jump comes out, the ball goes in. Hail the Sun once again opening up that basket, getting several more clams in this last 30 seconds. They have a pity clam coming in. Are they able to get it in time?
Oh.
They do. KO for Hail the Sun, winning this set in the 5th match.
Wow, that was impressive. We love a reverse sweep. Goodness, you never expect it. But Hail the Sun, able to hold out, able to learn about what they needed to do to win against Imposter, and just being able to hold out and secure that match win.
Yeah, it was really good placement. I didn't even see who went around there. We saw Imposter trying to do a flank of their own, just try to find something there, but they were not expecting the jump out from the pencil able to break open the basket. And that's kind of what it felt like. Every time that Imposter would make a move, Hail the Sun would either like punish it or just like counter push so quickly that they weren't quite prepared for it, even with kind of that cooler and the beacons.
Oh goodness, just watching this back, there was so much back and forth, but it felt like Imposter just couldn't get that advantage. They might have had paint on the ground, they might have had push up to the basket, might have had the clams for it, but they just weren't able to get that last like establishing hold of the game.
Indeed, indeed. It was very well played by Hail the Sun right there. And I think, like, as you mentioned before, like, they were able to adapt so well to what Imposter was throwing at them. They definitely were kind of on the ropes in those first 2 matches, but once they had that figured out, they had the momentum going, they were able to take it away for those last couple of matches. But that is going to put them in winners finals against. Am I reading? Choo Choo beat In Control Red the Sun.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. I kind of want to see this now. I kind of want to watch this actually.
Oh my. Okay, so Choo Choo, who's on that roster? That they are seated number 1 right now. They're going to be going against Hail the Sun in. They're going to be going against Hail the Sun in winners finals. It is a stacked lineup. I see Synapse and Keen, some of the 2 players I am familiar with. Kira they are going to be bringing a lot to the table, and with what we saw from Hail the Sun, is going to be quite the matchup.
Oh goodness, I'm excited for that. I hope you all are excited for that, watchers of the stream, because that's going to be some matchup. Oh my goodness, that's going to be so cool. I'm so sorry. I'm nerding out about it.
But we are going to be going to a short break as we get set up for that. So in the meantime, stay tuned, stay hydrated, and we'll be right back. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the winners finals of Squid Junction 61. Once again, it is I, Mad Gamer II, and joined by the lovely Miss Pixie 6.
Hello, I'm Mad. Are you ready for this round 5? This match between Choo Choo and Hail the Sun?
Oh, I am so ready for this. It is going to be a best of 5, but we do have some ban strikes for this, so we're going to be seeing what map modes do these teams not want to play at all costs. Basically.
Gotcha. And they're picking this before that they start, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But yes, Choo Choo, number 1 seed here with a pretty stacked lineup versus Hail the Sun, who we just saw play against Imposter, a pretty exciting fight to be sure. So they're both of these teams going to be bringing a lot to the table.
I'm looking now at the strike ban, but that's for the next one. Right now it's round 5, best of 5, with a bunch of maps on the table. Oh, it looks like they did strike some. The next map mode will be zones on Robo Ramen.
I am a fan of zones on Robo Ramen. The maps that were going to be striked were Clamblitz, Crab Leg. I understand. I am not a fan of that either.
Oh.
Then Tower Control, Ship Shape. You know, of all the map modes on this map, I'm surprised by that one. I didn't feel like that one was worth banning, but apparently they like it more than, say, Rainmaker or Undertow.
You know, we haven't seen Ship Shape, have we?
We have not.
So maybe that map has just fallen out of favor.
They're just not that comfortable with it. Maybe.
I'm interested in knowing why people like Robo Ramen so much, because I feel like when it first came out and people were exploring it, they were like, it's not that great. But we're seeing in tournaments, this is like the third time?
It is the third time today, I'm pretty sure.
Goodness.
I don't know what the general consensus is, but at least my personal feelings, like, once again, is a very unique map, is a lot more, is definitely new and interesting compared to some of the other ones we have. Ship Shape is just another reskin of Hagglefish and Hammerhead and Eeltail, and
that's some fighting words. There's people in the comments who are gonna fight you.
Oh, I'm sure, but
the people is me.
There is no other Robo-Rom. There is no other map like Robo-Rom, and so I feel like you get a lot of. Not only is it different, it can be different but still suck. Robo-Rom is different, but is actually pretty good, at least in my opinion. I enjoy playing on Robo-Rom.
Wasn't this the one that they were comparing to Muscle Forge?
Yes.
So what you just said is wrong.
Listen, it's the better Muscle Forge.
I don't know about that. They don't have the cool, colorful climby rocks. And whatever this picture of ramen is right here, you don't ever see it when you're playing. So what is the heckin' point?
The mascot never shows its face.
Exactly. It's just up there. Would you even know it was ramen? Would you even know it was a bowl?
What am I seeing right now? What?
What? No, this is Mimi. What is going on?
There's some shenanigans afoot. There's a conspiracy here. Triple Gluga and a pencil.
Wait, is this real?
This is real.
This is real? Why is this real? Why is this happening? Why are we seeing Triple Gluga and pencil? What is going on?
Who authorized this? Who kids are these? But it's going to be Choo Choo with the first zone control, and Synapse going in here and getting taken down immediately.
I want to know who decided this, actually. Did they, like, get in their chat together in Battlefy and decide, hey, we're going to be Mimi right now?
Like, who?
I can't.
You know what would be funny? Triple Gluga and a pencil. How about that? I still find it funny that not only are they running the Triple Gluga, but they still want to keep the pencil meta in there.
I can't commentate this seriously because this is too silly. I don't understand what's going on. My sense of reality is gone.
We have entered the Twilight Zone.
Exactly. And the Twilight Zone is full of Glugas.
The Twilight Zone is full of Glugas. Hail the Sun, though, putting up a heck of a fight, getting that lead back. Still quite a bit of map control, but they are going to be slowly, well, I say that, they just took down a member of Choo Choo as they take the zone, so who knows who's actually in control right now.
All of these sprinklers, all the what is this? The walls, just too many things that are the same to watch on both sides. I don't know what's going on.
Spectator cam can't pick up the bowl of ramen, so we just see a sprinkler hovering in midair. But that is honestly a really fantastic way to put it. Everyone take notes. If you play weapon,
that's the use of the bowl of ramen. You don't have to see it. You just gotta put a sprinkler there.
But right now, Hail the Sun really putting on the pressure. They are pushed up so far into Choo Choo's base right now, and they're still getting several splats at a time, and there has not been a zone flip in quite a while.
Yeah, it looks like Choo Choo is kind of struggling here. A bunch of members are getting picked off and pushed back. Hail the Sun is just up in their corner, unable to be moved, even with all the booyah bombs on the side of Choo Choo. They're struggling now, trying to get in. There is one Glugas trying to paint this zone. They managed to neutralize it, but then they were not able to hold it against Hail the Sun. Hail the Sun gets this first point.
I don't know how I feel about this. Like, on the one hand, that was very entertaining to watch, but on the other hand, why did they gotta disrespect ramen like that with the meme comp? Like, of all the map modes to do it, that was not the one I was expecting. Well, you kind of have to the first one because you set the expectation at that point.
I like the comments. They're cooking ramen with glue. I
Oh
love competitive
no!
Splatoon 3 weapon comps too, Lily. This is definitely the meta. Nothing weird here.
I just imagine playing any other weapon against a triple glue, but the triple wall is painful. Let me tell you, it's worse than finding a tent umbrella.
I would have loved to be a fly on the wall when they had this conversation. Like, let's just play Glugas and pencil. Why don't we just do that? Why don't we make this a thing? And they played it fair too. Like they weren't messing around. They were still getting the picks. They were still being aggressive. They were still playing it like it was a normal team comp. And that point still goes to Hail the Sun.
Oh my goodness, this reminds me of, I can't remember the teams or the tournament, but there was a matchup. It was on Albacore Hotel. Both teams decided to run to the middle, take a drip pick, then jump back to spawn, and then play the match normally. It was so funny to watch. But it just I got the exact same vibes from that one.
I hope. Why don't people do that anymore, man? That would be cool. But anyway, we are moving on to Rainmaker. Inkblot?
No, that's
no.
Museum.
What is this? Museum. I always mix up Inkblot and Museum for some reason. I think because they're both. Oh, this is gonna be wrong too. Are they both Splatoon 2 era maps? No, they're not. I'm wrong. I'm not talking actually. Continue talking, please.
I mean, they're both institutes of the arts, so I can see the confusion.
A museum and an academy. Come on, that's easy to mix up in your head.
But yes, Museum de Alfonsino is a Gen 1 map, and Inkblot Art Academy is a Gen 2 map.
Gotcha. I'm glad that you know that.
I honestly did not play too much of de Alfonsino when it was in the original game. Like, I am more familiar with Inkblot than Museum by a long shot.
Gotcha. Well, both are pretty standard maps for competitive Splatoon, I feel.
Yeah, even back in Splat 1, Museum was a favorite. But we are returning to the normal world of what is semi-meta. We're still seeing the cooler, we're still seeing the double Zook, but we're still seeing one thing glue. I think we know who brought up the Gluga idea.
Oh, it looks like the pop goes to Hail the Sun. It looks like Choo Choo is scrambling on this left side in our viewpoint. They do get a crab, an early crab, but they're not able to do much with it as they go down. Hail the Sun, 2 members down, but they are holding pretty well here against Choo Choo.
Oh, I am just not really. They have the 52 that has Splash Ball. They have the Glugas, which has Splash Ball. They're still running a pretty heavy wall comp, which is going to be good against that pencil. Sometimes the bomb pressure is what you need to pressure the backline, but sometimes you just throw a wall and they can't hit you.
Oh, goodness. Both sides getting so many picks on both sides. It doesn't look like either one is really able to grab the Rainmaker right now. 3 go down on the side of Choo Choo. Hail the Sun in a good position to maybe grab here. Looks like Choo Choo is trying to get them, trying to stop them. Oh, goodness. So much is happening from both sides, but 3 go down on Hail the Sun. Choo Choo now able to push up.
I blinked and Hail the Sun as 3 members down. What the heck
exactly.
happened?
It goes so quickly.
But it is going to be Choo Choo getting the first checkpoint of the match and taking that lead. And they still got a lot of pressure. They have all the members up. They pop that Booyah Bomb to keep them out. The crab is going to be shut down by the Zuka. Ooh. And the Zuka is going to get 2 more on top of that.
I was really impressed by the Glugas just there to make the decision not to grab the Rainmaker and deciding instead that their specials and their sub were more important to keep right there to be able to hold. Unfortunately, they did get pushed off. Hail the Sun now on Choo Choo's plat, trying to push this Rainmaker a little bit farther.
Indeed, Hail the Sun getting the checkpoint, still has a point down for the lead, but honestly at this point they want more than just the 1 point, so they're going to be waiting for an opportunity time, getting it down to 32 with a very nice little move right there. I don't even know exactly how they did that, but kudos to them for doing it.
Yeah, they got around that pillow somehow. That's cool. I would like to look back at that.
If you see me throwing it open, that's because that's
it's because you're trying to get around the pillow. And then your other team's going to be like, what is this guy doing? Report him.
But 2 members down off of Choo Choo once again, pushing up to 21. It's still a 2v2 situation. Kaden up here going ham. Oh, that's a
Ooh.
wipeout. That's game right there. If they get this going, that's game.
Yep, that one goes to Hail the Sun, able to hold for that long on the enemy plat, able to get those picks, able to push up and get that Rainmaker in the pedestal.
Once again, just the splatter shot, pulling out some fantastic plays. Like, that's the other thing you like. It's one thing to get a wipeout on zones, like that is difficult to come back from. But if you get a wipeout on a Rainmaker, especially when it's right on top of your pedestal, like there's not a whole lot you can do at that point. It is just no way to get back in time.
I'm just seeing all the comments now about the Glugas, about no more triple Glugas. No, unfortunately not. And the Glugas here, they were trying so hard with the wall and the Booyahs to keep control in Choo Choo's favor, but I don't think it's aggressive enough against Hail the Sun's comp.
Mm-hmm. And I'm curious, like, they were running triple shooter up against Imposter in the last set, but they brought out the Stamper, not the Neo Stamper, not the Stamper Nouveau apparently, but they were running that Stamper with the Crab there. An interesting pick. It's like as far from a shooter you can get, but it seemed to work out. Like they really kept up with what Choo Choo was throwing at them.
Yeah, goodness. I'm excited to see what's going to happen next for Choo Choo, if they're going to keep that Glugas pick or if they're going to switch to something else. Because I think they need a quicker weapon, maybe another shooter to contest Hail the Sun, because the triple shooter comp is just so hard to beat.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think for a museum, particularly Rainmaker, it is hard to fight a triple shooter comp just because the amount of pain that they output. When you get into something like Hagglefish Market and Hagglefish Market Tower Control, it allows for a little bit more room for those more unconventional weapons, those less painty weapons. If we wanted to see like a blasters buckets or something like that, but nope, we're going to be going for a double shooter, oh, here we go, blaster coming out, rapid deco, excellent pick for tower control.
I know what that noise meant. It means you're excited because you play that weapon.
How did you know? But yes, we're going to be still seeing the double shot for that double Zuka. So far, it's been working out fantastic for them. But the rapid deco is going to be adding a bit of that midline support, which is honestly unusual to be paired with a pencil now that I think about it.
Yeah, for Hail the Sun, we haven't seen much of that kind of pick. It was mostly the shooters, and then in the last match they had the Stamper. So I'm interested to see how this blaster is going to do. It looks like Choo Choo is holding right now. They are getting the picks here, able to push this tower forward against Hail the Sun. Hail the Sun kind of pushed back into their spawn.
This is kind of like the Splatoon 3 of Inkblot Art Academy. If you can get the tower rolling hard enough, it is hard to stop it from rolling.
The Splatoon 3 of Inkblot Art Academy?
Did I say that?
Yes, you did.
Okay, that was what I meant to say.
No, it doesn't make any sense what you said. That's why I'm pointing it out.
It's Hagglefish is the new Inkblot Art Academy.
Okay, yes, that's what you would say.
But Choo Choo, they're still on the warpath. Like, they got knocked out from that third checkpoint, but they're rolling back up with the tower, and they have the cooler in their pocket, but the Zuka is going to come out and wipe out that rider. Two members down. Yeah,
2 down on the side of Choo Choo. They were able to come back and make that second push really quickly. This Booyah going out now. One member of Hail the Sun down, but they're still able to push to mid here, trying to take more of that space.
Pupello once again getting a nice win against the Glues. They're not going to be holding that space. But the Inkjet's going to be coming out, able to get a trade off of that kind of surprise push. It is a now 2v2 situation. I'm sorry, it's a 2v3 situation. The last one is going to be the try. They're going to be taken down as well. Now Hail the Sun has a chance to be pushing that tower.
It looks like Hail the Sun is in a good position here. They have all of their players being very aggressive, pushing up. Although Choo Choo is now back on the board, they are trying to build their specials, trying to push back against Hail the Sun. Looks like it's going back and forth. It's pretty scrappy here. Choo Choo trying their hardest to get Hail the Sun off of their plat, but 2 go down, and looks like Hail the Sun has really established themselves in this position.
Who's so close to getting the lead back. They have to get through quite a bit of the checkpoint to take that lead. They aren't quite able to even push up to the checkpoint. Like, they had lost a bit of the momentum, and with 3 members down, the pencil is going to be jumping out.
Well, looks like Choo Choo has got the tower now, trying to push it back to mid. Both teams have all 4 players up, neither being too aggressive right now. They just want to establish that control before they do anything risky.
Hailson coming back in. They're going to be taking a trade off of there. 2 members down. 2 members on both sides, actually, so it's kind of evened out. But Choo Choo is just going to be kind of holding on to the tower to stall for time, keeping it up on Hail the Sun's side of the map until they're able to respawn and regroup.
Yeah, Hail Sun looks like they've got control of their side once more. Choo Choo trying to push up the mid, trying to hold space, but it looks like Hail the Sun's being a little too aggressive. Although, as I say that, 3 go down on the side of Hail the Sun. Choo Choo able to establish the space here, trying to push up, trying to be really aggressive with those Glugas in that wall. They are getting the picks. There are 3 on the tower. They are really establishing space here. Oh my goodness, they were able to hold for so long there.
Not quite able to push their lead any further, but they have Synapse there with the wall, getting some jumps in. They could keep this push rolling if they're able to stay alive, but the Blaster is just cleaning them up right now, allowing the tower to reset to mid here. It is a very...
Oh, they still got one back there. They're still back there.
The Glugas have been wreaking havoc, solo pushing up to their plat, and with the wall there, it allows them to hold so much space. It is just keeping Hail the Sun at bay right now. They're not able to break out of spawn.
Looks like Choo Choo just got a really sneaky pick. 2 really sneaky picks there, trying to hold against this Inkjet. As the Inkjet goes back onto their tent here, onto their little hut. The tower is being pushed by Choo Choo. They're trying to get a few more points here, but holding against the Blaster is going to be a tough...
Oh
no! And the Glugas go into the water!
Taking a quick dip, but they are finally able to get past... They are able to get past the checkpoint, getting it down to 28. There's 1 checkpoint remaining, but with only 25 seconds left, all they got to do is defend. Like, they're so far for Hail the Sun to go to get that lead back. Like, they're going to be going a very steep hill.
Oh goodness, Hail the Sun really trying here against Choo Choo. Choo Choo all over the map. Goodness, they're behind the tower, they're in front of the tower, they're around the tower, just taking the space back from Hail the Sun so quickly. This Inkjet might be going off from Zenith right here, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to continue holding this tower.
Oh, just a shot remaining. It's a Zuko fight right now. They are holding on. They're still in the tower.
Oh gosh.
Jumps are coming in. They're able to keep the tower, but the Tri-Slash is going to come in and clean it up. They almost had something going there, but just the split second where those jumps were coming in left them vulnerable enough for Choo Choo to take advantage and stop the push.
Oh goodness. that was so intense right at the end there. You could see all those jumps from oh goodness, I can't remember the team name.
That was Hail the Sun jumping in right there.
Hail the Sun, yes. All the jumps coming in from Hail the Sun right at that last second, just trying to maintain control of that tower, but they just were not able to against Choo Choo.
Yeah, it was a last minute bid right there. They had to throw in all they had for that last push, but it just wasn't quite enough. The defense was too strong from Choo Choo. Like, we saw the nice shark right there from the shot. They were able to just wait for the tower to get in his position and clean it up after that.
Oh goodness, such a good match. Oh my goodness, I'm happy for Choo Choo that they were able to take this one off of Hail the Sun, because I wasn't sure if it was going to just be a 3-0 for Hail the Sun, but no, they pushed back. They proved that they are still in this, that they could still win this match. And there's the Glugas going in the water.
Caught in 4K. That's so unfortunate.
This is such a good matchup. I'm happy. I'm happy we're watching this.
This is kind of the situation that Hail the Sun found them in, but on the opposite side in the last match. It was Hail the Sun that brought the reverse sweep against Imposter, but now Choo Choo is adapting to Hail the Sun. Are we going to be able to see a reverse sweep out of them? Are they able to kind of counteract what Hail the Sun was bringing to the table in the last 2 matches?
Spellion's optional says, sweet matches to study in Rage 2. That's so true, bestie. That's so true. Especially the first one. What was even going on? But the rest of these matches have been so close, have been so much aggression on both sides. Just really interesting to see.
You know, talking about like the first match kind of being that gamble where you're figuring out what the other team has. When you have a comp like that, or just like a meme comp like that, you can't learn anything until the second match. So it's like they got some extra space to work with, a little bit of a surprise.
I was going to say it's kind of a disadvantage for Choo Choo that's what happened, because they already had a Gluga player, so they knew how good that one singular player would be. but that match still went to Hail the Sun, so I'm not sure they got to learn much from them.
Ooh, we are on Zone's Makamart,
Ooh.
and this is. I'm not sure what to say about this map because with these teams, first of all, we're seeing a Kraken 96 coming out. You don't see that too often for zones, but just like they
Ooh.
managed to get the splat here. I have to think that this is a Mako pick, but it is going to be 2 down off of Hail the Sun, and Choo Choo trying to bring that lead back.
Goodness, Choo Choo did have just a strange mix of specials going on with Kraken and then also Crab. Just a lot of big
All the sea life.
yeah, all the sea life just trying to establish space with those, but they're able to hold out here, able to get lead, able to keep that clock ticking down as they hold against Hail the Sun.
Ooh, these Lugas were they holding out for that corner for the longest time, but they're finally able to push them out. Choo Choo getting down to 45. Ooh. The nice flank in the crab, but the crab is able to survive. They get the jump pick, and they're able to cap the zone and put a bit of a penalty on Choo Choo. But are they able to hold it? These splats say they are.
Yeah, it looks like Hail the Sun is getting kind of caught out of position with this Kraken, able to be so mobile. Now only one up on Hail the Sun, just the pencil. They're trying to hold this space in this corner, but it's going to be tough against all these bombs on the side of Choo Choo.
Choo Choo is just holding this down. Hail the Sun is trying to get back in, but that penalty is about to run out. They see the Zuka getting come out, gonna cancel out the crab, keep it from pushing out, but there's just too much paint for Choo Choo right now. And when you have like a Tri-Slosher and the Glugas with that amount of paint, it is gonna be hard to contest them.
Yeah, definitely. Although Hail the Sun here able to get the zone back to neutral, Choo Choo trying so hard to get this back, and they do. They're able to keep the clock ticking down even more. Choo Choo get the zone again, even though all the specials are coming out on the side of Hail the Sun to go down. Choo Choo, every man is up. They are just defending the zone, trying to get it to tick down to 0. Here, this match goes to Choo Choo.
We are seeing the restart of that reverse sweep that we were talking about. Choo Choo, I want to say a pretty dominant performance by Choo Choo for that one, because even though we saw the early lead by Hail the Sun, and though they were able to cap the zone a couple of times, just the overall control was in Choo Choo's favor.
Ooh, we got a fist bump.
A fantastic fist bump from Choo Choo right there. I was not expecting the Kraken, but they made it work. Between the 96 and the Glugas, they still had that double wall comp. They had a lot of really fast killing, really ranged weapons. And then you had the splash and the try on top that just allowed them to have like kind of a unusually balanced comp, I will say. And so they were able to just stall out everything that Hail the Sun was trying to bring. And like we saw the Zuka plays in the past, Hail the Sun has some fantastic Zuka plays. I don't think I saw too many of them in this last match.
No, definitely not. I feel like they weren't able to get into a good position to use them. They were just pushed back so far the whole time, and then Choo Choo was able to get the picks off, and just it was so hard for Hail the Sun in that one. They were just held back so far that they couldn't even do very much. Really good establishing control from Choo Choo.
Now our last matchup of the set for winners finals. Keep in mind, whoever gets knocked out of this set still has some time to make it back in the loser bracket. So it's not the end all be all just yet. But for this last match of the set, Rainmaker on Undertow. Last time it was Hail the Sun that came out on top for Rainmaker. But if we're seeing the same trend, Choo Choo is coming in strong. They have built up steam and they are planning to just plow through Hail the Sun here.
Oh, we're seeing that Kraken again from the side of why do I always forget the names? Choo Choo. They're keeping the Kraken, they're keeping the crab. They're going to be able to use that aggression against Hail the Sun.
Honestly, I can see the Kraken for Rainmaker. I've used Kraken quite a bit for Maker myself because it allows for kind of one of those targeting specials that is a little bit more safe to use because it's invincible. It's just if you're able to use it correctly, you have to get the pick. But Choo Choo going 3 down. It is just a Tri-Slosher. Going to be trying to stop the Mecha Carrier, but Bab picking it up and running it to that left
Just
checkpoint.
running it. Oh goodness, you don't usually give it to the pencil, but Bab was ready. Bab was ready to take it and run.
They did lose 3 of their members in the process, but the Bab was able to get the checkpoint before they went down, so that's going to give them that early lead for Hail the Sun.
Hail the Sun now trying to reestablish space in mid here. Looks like Choo Choo does have their specials ready though, able to help that Rainmaker carrier push up a little bit, even though Hail the Sun is trying to do some pretty risky plays in order to stop that Rainmaker carrier, but they're just not able to. Up! And as I say that, the Rainmaker carrier goes down, 3 down on the side of Hail the Sun. Choo Choo will pop this. Hopefully they will get this checkpoint.
Yeah, just the speed that they were able to counter push was quite impressive. Not only that, didn't quite get the checkpoint right away, but they were able to get 3 members down, and so they're just going to get all the way to 32 after that, and that's exactly what you want to see when you have the Mega Carrier.
Goodness, it's 2 down on the side of Hail the Sun. Choo Choo in a good position to try and pop this and take it forward, although back in this corner it's very hard to push from. I believe Hail the Sun has the map advantage here, having the higher ground, having this unpaintable hallway in control. But as I say that, Choo Choo does pick it up. They are able to almost get it across the uninkable floor here, but Hail the Sun now has control again.
We see the Tri-Slasher trying to make a sneaky play. They did get called out and shut down before they can run away with the Maker once again. So it is going to be Hail the Sun resending it to mid here and getting 1 down off of Choo Choo. So that's going to already put them at the player advantage as they're trying to push into this left side, which is the safer of the 2 routes at this time.
It looks like Hail the Sun is kind of pushed back here now that the Kraken comes out on the side of Choo Choo, just going straight for that Rainmaker carrier. Hail the Sun is kind of put in a weird position here, trying to hold, and they're not able to.
Yeah, they were able to get that map control that they want, but then they weren't quite ready to follow up, and by the time they were, that Kraken came out, just disrupted their play, and then Choo Choo just descended upon them and basically flipped the tables on them, and now it is once again Choo Choo with the Rainmaker and a lot of paint to their name. The specials are going to be coming out trying to push that back, but 20 points is already such a substantial lead for this map. Like, they're basically stalling for time at this point.
Choo Choo trying to get past that uninkable ground once more. They're just stuck in that little hallway. Hail the Sun trying to regroup here, trying to get them out, trying to stop them from making a further push.
That is the power of the cooler, or the mentality of the cooler in hand. Like, you would be more reluctant to just run your face up against the Rainmaker like that if you didn't have that cooler to bring it back in time.
Hail the Sun looks like they are reestablishing space on their side, trying to paint up the ground here as the Rainmaker resets. Though 2 go down on the side of Hail the Sun, Choo Choo able to establish some space here before they grab the Rainmaker.
We're down to a minute 20, and it is not looking good for Hail the Sun right now. We are seeing 2 members off of Choo Choo again, but like every time that Hail the Sun tries to make a move, they lose too many of their own members, and just Choo Choo is consistently taking control of mid and keeping the Rainmaker on Hail the Sun's side of the map, and they haven't found a solution to that yet, and we're seeing the Glukas making a cheeky flank right now.
Yeah, I'm really trying to decide, or trying to figure out why they're keeping this push on the left side, trying to go across that uninkable ground, why they haven't tried for the right side yet, where they just have to walk up that ramp. But maybe they need a little bit more control. As the Crab gets 2 picks here, the Rainmaker is still in Hail the Sun's control right now, but Choo Choo is getting this ground back, trying to get this pick here.
Honestly, with as little time as we have left, I wouldn't be surprised if Hail the Sun opted to take that right route, but it seems they are going for the left again, because, like, again, it is the safer route. It is farther away from the enemy spawn, so, like, you can have some more momentum, but they are not quite able to get it. 10 seconds remaining, 27 points to 20. They need 7 more points, and they do have 2 of their members alive.
It is so close here.
They just gotta pop the Maker.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, and this goes to Choo Choo. Oh, they were last second. Oh my goodness. Hail the Sun just could not pick up the Rainmaker against the remaining members of Choo Choo, even though there was a man advantage. Oh, they just, that was so much. Oh my goodness. That was exciting to watch.
That was really down to the wire. Like, even with the amount of control that Choo Choo had for the majority of the game, that is just the nature of Rainmaker. They were so close to bringing in a last minute push right there. We saw just how close that they were to get it, but it's just like the constant pressure that Choo Choo put up here, like again and again and again, they would push that Maker, trying to get a couple more points on the board, but all the while they're just like stalling out the time. They were taking away the clock, and doing it on that left side that meant it was a farther for Hail the Sun to have to bring it back, and just so much easier to defend from.
Oh, goodness. That was just so exciting to watch from both sides. And that reverse sweep, you guys are right in the chat. Gus Splatoon said reverse sweep, and that's what happened here. Choo Choo able to take this set off of Hail the Sun.
We requested it, and they made it happen. Hail the Sun.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Choo Choo bringing out the reverse sweep, going to be sticking around for grand finals in the next match, sending Hail the Sun down the losers, fight their way back.
Now let's see who's in losers. Oh, I think I was at losers.
I saw that In Control Red Sun got knocked down there earlier, so they're currently waiting for the next set of matches. Imposter down there as well. We could potentially see the rematch of Imposter versus Hail the Sun, depending on how their match goes, but it is right now Hades versus Imposter and In Control versus Never Back Down. So that's the current lineup, and they will be moving on to face each other of those two quarterfinals, and then facing Hail the Sun, waiting in losers finals.
Goodness, this has been a very exciting Squid Junction, I would have to say. Just a lot of good teams, a lot of good play, a lot of goodness, a lot of just not knowing who's going to win. There's no one team that has the advantage here, and even though they're all seated as you'd think they would win, it's just it doesn't always turn out that way.
No, absolutely. And just like, you have some really high teams playing this, but they are pretty evenly matched, and they're able to bring it to these 5-match games that we like to see.
Yeah, with that reverse sweep.
Twice in a row. Holy
yeah,
moly.
That's true. There was in the last one too. But Hail the Sun got the last reverse sweep, and now they got reverse swept.
They did indeed. Now, of course, there is still quite a bit of Splatoon to be happening, but unfortunately, we'll be subbing out our commentators for the next round of matches. So it is unfortunately the end of Six and I's run here. So before we log off, Six, where can the good people find you?
Don't find me.
All right, well, you can find me in all the usual places: Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at iMadGamerII. I have recently moved, so I haven't been back into like any of the streaming or whatnot, but I'm hoping to change that in the next month or so. We'll have to see, but thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in, and stick around because we got more Splatoon content and a next set of commentators coming your way.
Yeah, thank you all for making this Squid Junction so cool so far, and hopefully y'all stick around for the end to see who is the winner of Squid Junction 61.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Go. Hello everyone and welcome back to Squid Junction number... I can't remember which number I'm up to, but I'm Lily Gravy Bread and I'm here with Nito. You can just call me Lily. Nito, great to be here with you for Squid Junction. How you doing today?
You could just call me unused. I'm kidding, yeah, no, do call me Nito, because if you call me unused, there's a good chance I'm going to stand there, stare blankly at the screen, and say, huh? But, yes, it is Squid Junction 61, and we've got one heck of a matchup lined up for you. This is Losers Semifinals with Hail the Sun waiting just after this matchup, waiting for the winner of Imposter versus Never Back Down, Never What? Thank you, Nick 830.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this matchup, of course. Now, Never Back Down, Never What recently just came from their previous losers bracket match against In Control Red Sun. I believe it must have been a very close match anyway, taking 2 games off of them, and still In Control Red Sun manages to take 1 win in the previous set, but that's going to be it for them anyway. Regarding who's on which team, though, I know that Imposter, you'll probably recognize at least 3 of the members here as being on the team Duck Motive, I believe it is, or Duck Mafia, and Duck Motive, and 1 other who you'll definitely see. I'll point them out to you, of course, but I'm sure you'll recognize that there's 1 imposter on that team in any case. But these map modes that we've been seeing here, of course, this is a strike ban system at this point, so the 2 map modes that have been banned, have been lost from this set so far, have been removed from this set rather. But we'll be starting off on Splat Zone's Robo Ramen.
And it looks to be a great place to start if I am Never Back Down, Never What. Because actually, Never Back Down, Never What, the more you look at the roster, the more you'll realize this is another team you might recognize as the Final Reckoning, as I drop my notebook to the floor here. The Final Reckoning also has a fun little name they've got going on here, except I kind of like this name a little bit more. Thanks, Nick 30 yet again. Imposter, I can see it. They do have a sub, so it does work out, but I do have a bit of an inclination for Never Back Down, Never What. Even though I might not say the full name because it's a little wordy. More than 2 words, so that's always difficult. Anything more than 2 words is out of my league.
Anything more than 2 words, man. I wish that like the entire commentary block we only have to say 2 words at a time. Actually, that would be an interesting challenge. Imagine doing commentary only being allowed to say 2 words at a time. That would be hard, man. There should be like commentary challenges or something like that.
You're giving Dapple Productions some ideas, and I'm sure one of the higher ups is probably looking at this and going, either saying, wow, this is a terrible idea, or, alright guys, that's all you're doing for the next 3 matchups. 4 if we get to this whole bracket reset nonsense. Make sure I got the numbers there. Yes, I did get the numbers right there. Awesome. And I believe this is not good. This is not going to be, at least for Never Back Down, this is not going to be their first time making a deep playoff run, or deep bracket run rather. This is them they made 5th place last time. That's Squid Junction 60. So they're definitely no strangers to what we're about to see next, which is another playoff run. Again, we're at the loser semifinals. Hail the Sun waiting just at the end of this matchup. So Never Back Down. Always used to this kind of weather here. Imposter waiting.
Actually, speaking of Hail the Sun were the team that actually sent Never Back Down into losers bracket, and they've been there, as you mentioned, they've been there fighting out, but pretty much winning these matches pretty cleanly up until In Control Red Sun, where In Control Red Sun managed to take their first game off of Never Back Down here in losers bracket. But you know, going 2-0 against Orca Balestra, 2-0 against XOXO, who have also been having like a pretty long losers run bracket as well. Now I think it's down to the real test. After In Control Red Sun, it's down to Imposter. Imposter has not been in losers bracket for very long, I believe. They've been on a pretty good run in winners. And also only Hail the Sun was also the team that sent Imposter down to losers bracket. So whoever wins out of this set is gonna be facing that team once again. So that's of course gonna be very, very interesting, I think. I'm excited anyway. Like whatever happens, we're up for an interesting rematch afterwards anyway. But we are going into Splatzone's Rubber Ramen right now, and we are seeing here Never Back Down and Never Back Down. Actually, the other way around, Never Back Down and Imposter here. We're actually seeing, I believe, pretty much a backless comp from Imposter, with the longest range weapon here being Henry on the Squeezer. But of course, the Imposter is going to be Himadayo playing the Carbon Roller Deco, of course, which is going to be an absolute menace if you let her up too far ahead getting those picks. But speaking of picks, that's 3 down on the side of Never Back Down, Never What, with Imposter full steam ahead, pretty much taking that lead with them in the process.
I mean, you talk about full steam ahead, that is 4 players going straight towards enemy lines, straight towards enemy territory. As I say that Zipcaster tries to get a few picks down, isn't quite able to do so. But, I mean, you said it yourself, they're going in full steam ahead, full head of steam. This is what you want to see when you're working with a fast lineup like this. And it seems to be working out pretty well for Imposter for the time being, as they did get down below half the points remaining. They stop at 41 though, as Never Back Down is able to take control of the zone and see if they can get some points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, speaking of Never Back Down's comp, they also don't have a backline at all, pretty much, so they're just going to be playing for speed as well. Thing is, I feel like they've kind of split up a little bit more than Imposter has so far, which means that it's going to be a little bit, just that little bit trickier once they start losing control of the zone. It does look like still they managed to get a great pick, as 2 of those players tried to collapse down on the Wiper there, managing to get one out of the way and scare the other one. It does look like, however, with 3 players going down on the side, Never Back Down, Imposter is ready to make their comeback. Well, not really so much of a comeback, more just comfortably hold that zone for longer, as they have done so far in this match already. We can see they already have like the comfort of their specials coming out. Here comes the Zipcaster, but that's going to be picked off immediately, pretty much, as we might see a bit of a comeback from, or a retake at least from Never Back Down happening kind of soon.
And that retake happens almost after you, just as you end that sentence. That's going to be Imposter taking a 1 pick off the board. That's courtesy of Red Shell there. Here's the quote-unquote Imposter from Imposter, getting a few picks with the Carbon Roller. There's 3 players down. Huge opening here for Imposter, as Never Back Down is going to be forced back up. There's a reason they're backing up with the 52 Gal, but not before that Inkzuka claims another pick. This is going to be huge for Imposter. If they can get back into form as we saw at the beginning of the matchup, make sure they're just heading into this with almost a reckless mindset here. Here's Henry having to fight off this 1v4. It's about to happen very quickly in front of their eyes. Great movement here from Never Back Down, making sure they mobilize almost as quickly as Imposter can. Getting 3 players on Red Shell, who is forced to back away. And Shadir has the stamp ready. Might be able to pop it in with 2 players down. That's going to be a huge opportunity. They might actually just hold on to that. Red Shell being forced to back up as they enter a 2v1 situation here. Very, very scary stuff here for Imposter, as it looks like Never Back Down could take control of the zone. Red Shell's not there to contest it. That's going to be their lead.
Oh yeah, now this is definitely an interesting lead flip. I'm seeing pretty much the opposite situation, pretty much like a no you happening to Imposter at the moment, based on the way Imposter was playing early on in the game. Now Never Back Down is pretty much just holding forward, making sure that they have complete control, going for the knockout as well. Looks like they can very easily win this game with that wipeout actually preventing that from actually happening. Imposter's going to be coming back in the nick of time, preventing that knockout on the side of Never Back Down, Never What, with that wipeout right there.
It seems like with the way Red Shell's positioning themselves, they want to wait for any sort of drop that'll happen at the bottom right of your screen there. In fact, this might also be for the Zipcaster, making sure they have a bit more of a sneaky entrance. We saw earlier that Zipcaster wasn't doing them any favors. But you know, they were actually able to escape out there alive. That's already doing better than with the previous pushes. But they do see 3 players go down. That's a very quick turnaround for Never Back Down, who is looking at a potentially game-dying situation here. But they retain control of the zone. They get a bit of breathing room here, especially with these penalty points. but Hassan using those fizzy bombs to their advantage, making sure they can keep their distance. This tactical should provide them just a little bit more help. May should provide them a quicker respawn here too as they go 3 down now.
Oh my goodness, now you have to be really fast in order to be able to come back off of this, and luckily for Never Back Down they do have that tactical, but I'm not sure if necessarily every single member of the team managed to get it. Here comes the Hammer trying to deal with Henry here, who was trying to point blank that Ultra Stamp there. That is going to be Never Back Down, still managing to get that zone back. Imposter's kind of in a little bit of a scramble here, but manages to pick Risu down, but 2 players go down off the back of that. That's actually 3 down on Imposter. We have a soft wipe here going into the last few seconds. It's definitely going to be Never Back Down, never backing down from that zone, ultimately holding on to that lead of a score of 3 at the very end. It does look like it's going to be the first game going to Never Back Down, Never What.
They certainly didn't back down. They certainly didn't give up. With what an incredible performance that was. It almost seemed like they were holding those first 30 seconds to themselves, seeing how Imposter was going to play out the rest of the game. And they did Imposter at least kept that consistent, making sure they were aggressive all the time. You see how Henry, Red Shell, you see how the Carbon Roller here, able to take 5 few picks. They kept that aggressiveness going. The thing is, Never Back Down was able to respond in kind with their own aggression, and that got them the game form as they were able to get control here in this, as you will see in this clip.
Ooh, yeah, that wipeout that wipeout especially to get that retake on the side of Imposter, I thought was absolutely huge. Imposter, I think they just if they managed to hold down Never Back Down, Never What for long enough at the end, we probably could have seen Imposter win that, I think. But it really came down to the wire in those last few moments, of course. In any case, things might change over on Crab Leg Capital, well, where we will be seeing a bit of clan blitz.
Yeah, it seems like down to the wire has been the trend these last few games. I was watching the stream earlier. I know they mentioned 2 back-to-back games. Well, there's a game 3 and a game 5. Now we're heading into another. We might potentially head into another game 3. I'm not too sure yet. Remember, this is match point already for Never Back Down, so this could very well be the KO for them. But Imposter did bring the goods with him that last match, so I'm gonna hold off on saying anything just yet.
Yeah, I really don't know which way this is going to go. Both teams have been performing extremely well. I don't know that if the Imposter is able to set something up pretty aggressively early on in the game, they can hold that advantage for quite a long time. And here in Clan Blitz, that is always going to be very useful if you have your defenses at the ready. We're seeing Himadeo switch over to the roller, just the normal roller, but we're actually seeing a bit of Kraken action being brought out. Risu on the 96 Deco as well, so expect a few jumps in here and there.
Gosh, look at the builds that Imposter has. It's all, you've got half of it's Ninja Squid, but you're just seeing just all the mobility in the world there in terms of just matching the pace and the aggression that comp should be able to cover. As that roller takes 2 players down, they're gonna go down as well. Do they have the clam to follow it up with? Red Shell comes in with Power Clam, bringing it down to 80 points remaining. That looks like Never Back Down could stand strong here, but Drift and Henry coming in from the grates, able to put in a few more points on the board, bringing it down to 62 remaining. Proto with the Inkzuka goes down as well. A great opening for Imposter here.
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly, this reminds me very much of the opening of the previous match as well, and I have to say, a fantastic move, also getting that bubble down there on the ramp as well, not only to help players come back in and help provide more of an opportunity just to hold that space to get a bigger score in, but also I think it just prevented Never Back Down from being able to push out too quickly, as well as they were focusing on like stopping anything that was coming back up at them throughout all that time. It scored to 59, a pretty good push so far, still not the biggest, but we are seeing those jumps in coming back from Never Back Down, Never What to return the score, to return the favor for themselves, getting a lead on them as well, but losing a couple of plays in the process. Probably be seeing Imposters slowly inch their way forwards to regain all of that space they had lost during that push. But you know, what Never Back Down didn't have was something that could hold the space very quickly during that push. So they're very much relying on the Kraken jumps to get those to get their scoring happening. Whereas Imposter are definitely not relying on that kind of strategy here. So things might turn back in their favor pretty soon if they're able to hold this clam basket open for longer.
Yeah, the one thing I think that Squeezer has over the 96 that you'll see on Never Back Down is just a bit more mobility and more options it has as a ranged weapon. You're obviously able to switch from a longer range to a shorter range there, as we see another push from the side of Imposter. They only getting them down to 53 remaining, so they're not going to get the leading. They're not going to get the lead here. But it looks like it's going to be Never Back Down's time to respond as Proto pops out to Ingzuga. Can to get the pick on Red Shell? Ooh. They do not. They actually go one player down. Red Shell looking for another pick with that Octo Rush. In a bit of trouble themselves as a 2v1 situation. Does back out wisely so with that jump.
Yeah, that was a pretty... That jump was just in the nick of time, I have to say. In terms of down to the wire, not only are we seeing these scores pretty much neck and neck, but every single movement that they make seems to be almost at the last possible moment to keep themselves safe as much as they can. But they want to have like a really aggressive front line here, as we can see from Red Shell, trying to at least cause some kind of distraction to skirmish around. We're seeing Risu having to be forced back to watch this Zipcaster here. Hopefully this will at least help Imposter move back in, but they have lost a couple of players with only their Anzap holding on to the power clam. They probably won't be able to score that anytime soon. They really have to wait for more players to be downside and never back down. But with in saying that, they have lost a couple of players here, so they could take up some space if they just manage to clear out that ramp.
Currently, the strength of Imposter is making sure they can sneak players in behind enemy nines. That's what Red Shell and the roller there are able to do so well. The only problem is that with Never Back Down, they're always taking 2v1s. They're always taking 2v1s. As you saw there with Henry, who has to jump out. That's almost rendering those ineffective almost immediately as they start. So Henry there gets taken out by a bomb. Red Shell being forced to jump out. This is starting to look a little bit dicey for Imposter. He's going to be forced to back up. Drift now going to pop the cooler. 2 players remaining. This could be a huge push for Never Back Down if they can execute it well. Remember, they're in match point. This could be the game if they're able to get this right.
Yeah, here comes the Zuka. It's going to come down to whether Risu can actually successfully hold this other area as well. Forcing that jump out. Still managing to at least hold mid for long enough. Hopefully, if Imposter actually moves in, that Never Back Down can start taking those players down one at a time. But the thing is, Never Back Down, they've lost one of their players. They're still holding on to their Kraken. They're still holding on to their Ultra Stamp. But if Imposter's able to actually sneak this Power Clam in, which it looks like they're trying to, the Greats, they do manage to actually take the lead in the last few seconds, which might just be enough, even though they have lost 3 players off the back of that. We are going to be going into overtime. If Never Back Down can actually make a comeback of this, then they will be taking the set. The barrier is back up here. The time is running out. Risu is popping the Kraken, getting a pick on Himadeo, getting another one. This is going to be the Kraken jump of the set, giving it to Never Back Down and Never What.
Man, there was talking about close games right before the set started, and all of a sudden, Never Back Down, Never What brings a 2-0 victory against Imposter, taking them to losers finals against Hail the Sun. But something has to be said about just how patient they were at the end there. This is an overtime situation in Clam Blitz. That is the last time I would expect anyone to be patient, including me. So once you see that Kraken just waiting for those picks, things looked a little dicey there with how it was being pushed back just a little bit, but they were able to secure that lead there. 2 power clams in the hand. That's definitely going to make things happen for them.
Absolutely. You were talking about on the side of Imposter, the way they were able to sneak in clams. That was something that they were really playing towards. They still managed to, at the very last moment, I think they were definitely hoping just to have that winning clam go into the basket there. Unfortunately, you know, Kraken jumps, they're just too powerful, aren't they? They're just a little too powerful. If you manage to time them exactly right, if you know that like you've isolated enough plays on the other team and you picked everyone else off, then those Kraken jumps just become the winning play for Never Back Down, Never What. We won't be seeing a Game 3, Never Back Down, Never What. Of course, we'll be facing the team that actually brought them into losers bracket next. So that's going to be very, very exciting.
Absolutely, and like we said, that is going to be Hail the Sun, who finally finds out who their opponent's going to be, and both of these teams are going to find. Both of these teams have Choo Choo waiting for them right at the end there. So we got one heck of a matchup waiting for y'all. I mean, Never Back Down is coming back from what was already a close set, already against Hail the Sun. There was 2-1, so I'm sure we can expect something similar here.
Of course, but I think we might go to a little bit of a break. Just a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Have a little stretch. We'll be back very shortly for Hail the Sun versus Never Back Down, Never What?
Cool, cool, cool. On one corner, we have one team that is really hot so far. I mean, this last year. We've got Never Back Down, Never What. On the other side, we've got losers finalists here. Coming from a close matchup against Choo Choo. It's Hail the Sun. It's losers finals. And it's Squid Junction 61. We are back to get things going yet again with, as I said before, losers finals. And it all starts here on Tower Control, Inkblot Art Academy. I'm Nino, and on the other side is Lily. I'm excited for this one. I've written all these notes down, but I don't think any of these notes are going to prepare me for what we're about to see here.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited. Actually, I think the last time we saw Hail the Sun was on a tower control map mode, a tower control map, I believe it was on stream anyway, but we are going to go straight into things just to see what both of these teams bring to the table. Of course, we'll probably be seeing Bab on the pencil, but we are seeing pretty much a backless comp on the other side from Never Back Down as we have been expecting, but also the double shot and 52 gal from Hail the Sun. This is kind of interesting, having all those Zukas there to help them out as well. I do expect Zenith to be going up pretty far ahead to be able to try and take some quick picks, but unfortunately Zenith is the first person to get picked off, I believe. Both 52s have been taken out of the game. That's both shots as well inside of Never Back Down. Hail the Sun coming in strong, already taking control over Never Back Down's bats here, as this Ultra Stamp is going to get popped, looking for a pick, but still not finding one and going down in the process anyway.
I mean, this is what we're looking at right now is Hail the Sun's bread and butter here. One sniper rider, 2 shots in, just whatever the heck Zenith wants to pull out from their weapon pool. But it looks to be working out pretty well here. 2 players going down on the side of Never Back Down. That also means Hail the Sun gets 2 players down as well. But that's Bab on the tower, hops off the tower, gets on the ramp, waiting for another push here from Never Back Down. You see Anch there looking to poke people one by one, making sure they can distract anything they've got going on with Hail the Sun, because it looks like Hail the Sun, as far as what I'm seeing so far, just doing so well with this coordination here, making sure either Pelu and Caden's working the 2v1, Pelu Zenith, Caden Zenith, as you see at the top of your screen there against Proto. After Proto goes down, this might be Riza going down as well. You see how well these 2v1s work together, and how well these pairings work together, and see how this plays out throughout the whole match, as Caden here gets a pick as they reach for checkpoint 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Those pairings have been super powerful, but Hail the Sun still need to put some more work in terms of being able to move that tower a little bit further forward anyway. Actually, Never Back Down still need to move that tower further forward as well, rather. But it does look like Never Back Down is still just about to make a bit more of a comeback, I believe, going into this next minute of the game. Bab's still pretty pushed far up, but I do think Hail the Sun have got a pretty good control of the bats up until Risu actually manages to get some work in and gets Zenith out of the game here, but Caden still has a good amount of control over the plat in order to stop that tower from moving. Now, it's around that little corner, you know, there's always going to be a tight and difficult spot to push that tower through, but once you have that tower past that slick, then it can be pretty much smooth sailing up until the end, as long as you keep that bats clear. The thing is that bats is a pretty powerful spot to be in if you are trying, the very few places you can move in to grab the tower when you're moving it towards that second checkpoint as well. Still, we are seeing the fight to take control over that area. Zenith here getting another pick as well.
I'm liking how well both of these comps work against one another. With Hail the Sun, you have a long-range weapon that's easily able to pick off anything that Never Back Down has. You have a lot of short-range weapons on that side. But with Never Back Down, you don't have to be close range. You have 2 Zukas. Actually, no, you don't have 2 Zukas, sorry. With Never Back Down, you do have a Zuka. You do have the... Yeah, have the Killer Whale. You have the Stamp that you're able to just throw from a distance. So there's a lot of stuff you can do here. You even have the fizzy bombs there as Hassan. You'll see him pop them off one by one throughout the rest of the match with a minute 30 to go. There's just so much that both of these teams can do for one another as the tactic cooler comes out. Here's another example of doing something for your teammates as one player actually goes down from the side of Never Back Down to one player off of each side. And they're going to start trading blows here. Hunt right down in mid. But Never Back Down holds the lead for now.
Yeah, they're still holding the lead. Hopefully they won't be backing down from that lead. It still looks like Prota here is going to be hiding up on top of Garlic there, still managing to find an isolated player, hopefully to be able to pick them off. That's 3 players down on the side of Never Back Down, Never What. This is going to be Hail the Sun. Going into this last minute, they're going to have to be working really hard to be able to get this comeback. Oh, it does look like as Azuka came out, they managed to get rid of them, of bats, and already Never Back Down has pretty much come back to collapse in around that tower, claiming it for themselves, but Zenith here trying to hop on to try and get this back, getting 2 players down, going down the process. It's just the wiper left on Never Back Down here, trying to force the rest of those players back, but you know, I don't see it. I don't see them being forced back.
Wow, okay. That's a wipe now. That was about to mention a triple there. That quickly turns into a wipe as Hilda's Sun is able to get back into the lead. That's 10 seconds left on the clock. Bab left to defend the tower all by himself. Going to have to abandon it. Wisely does so as Zenith is able to take a few fights by themselves. Now with the help of a few teammates. That's 0 seconds left on the clock. That's a quick, speedy win there for Hail the Sun.
That was, and considering how both teams were, for so much of the game, I feel like we're just trying to scope each other out, just trying to get a feel for what exactly they were going to do, when exactly they were going to start pushing that tower forward. We saw those 2 scores, they kind of happened early on in the game, and then so many fights happening out during the middle of the game that it was only by the time Hail the Sun, I feel, understood exactly how they were going to approach Never Back Down's bats, how they were going to be completely in control over their plat as well, that they were actually able to push that tower all the way to the lead that they needed to win this match as well. We can see, like, towards the end, especially when we saw, I believe, there was like, yeah, that Zuka, oh man, this Zuka just like, that was the winning play for them.
And with that ban system in place, it looks like we've already got this next matchup decided. That's going to be Splat Zones on Mako Mart coming up next. But so far, I have to mention, these teams just have a deep understanding of how these weapons are supposed to work with one another. Both teams have a cooler, which, I mean, cooler is a hot commodity nowadays, so yeah, go figure. But they're both running highly aggressive comps, so I mean, having a cooler there at least assures that once one team gets wiped, you'll be back in mid by 5 seconds. So with a map as short as Mako Mart, I can't wait to see how that's going to play out for both teams, knowing how short this map is, and knowing that one of these teams is going to pull out the Tri-Slosher. There it is from Never Back Down. It's a great pick for this map, and it looks like we're going to see the same from Hail the Sun, just the same from what they ran in the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, having that pencil from Bab is going to be fantastic utility, not just from the tactical, but also just be able to keep that zone painted as much as possible. But speaking of zone painted, that's actually Never Back Down getting that first cap, still losing a player. Actually, the gals on both sides go down early on in the game already, but of course, there's the power of the pencil. Bab just scribbling all over that zone as Caden here moves up ahead, trying to get a pick, having to back down just a little bit because that is all of Never Back Down pretty much over that stack here. But these Zukas coming out, hopefully they can get some picks off of this. Does look like Hail the Sun is ultimately going to come out victorious and continue holding this zone for even longer.
Okay, and they're quickly picked off by Proto. Actually, there might be even Bianch there. But it looks like the zone's still highly contested here. No one's been able to take control of it just yet. And there is Never Back Down, quickly taking control of the zone. Knocks off those penalty points. They only had a few of those. That's going to be very easy to pick off. But so far, looking good for Never Back Down. As you see a sprinkler actually floating in the middle of the air there. It quickly disappears. Goodbye. But so does the lead for Hail the Sun as Never Back Down looking at another lead. Zenith goes down. Here comes Ash around the backside with another pick there. Doing the Zamp. Down below 50 points remaining. Things looking so far so good for Never Back Down, as Hail the Sun has yet to find an opening.
Yeah, they're just not letting them find that opening at all. It does look like they did manage to pick Amch out of the game now, so hopefully with that 1 player down, with 2, with 3 actually, they can find their way back into the zone, and they are going to be taking it right there. That wipeout just to drive the dagger in as well. Here comes their next push. They've taken up all the space that they want to have at the moment, and Zenith already pushed up far ahead, trying to get another pick even over those ledges like that. This is going to be a difficult position for Never Back Down to actually come out from, but with the help of that Zuka and the cooler, we might be able to see them slowly inch forward, slowly moving together by breakfast here. Pelu's going to get picked off. That's a nice pairing as well with Proto just to help that. And this is going to be them taking the zone back for themselves, stopping Hail the Sun from being able to get a lead off of them as well. But they haven't moved in too far, too quickly just yet. Zenith is definitely a formidable opponent for them, just trying to block that pathway with the help of that Zuka right behind them as well.
So it looks like Hail the Sun hasn't quite gotten the lead yet. They pulled themselves within striking distance though, as Zenith's able to take a 1v, trying to take a 1v1 against Anch. Anch goes down as well. 3v3 we're looking at here as Pelu goes deep in enemy territory. Hassan able to shut that down. 3 players though going down for Never Back Down, as Rizu might be forced back up here. Pops the killer whale for the sign. They might just take a trip around the outside there. They're still alive. 2 of their players are not. Rizu in a bit of a sticky situation here, as it looks like this lead might be going down to Hail the Sun if they can keep control of the zone just barely enough to keep the lead and to get control of the zone back. 10 points remaining on the clock. This is still Hail the Sun's match point, but Never Back Down gets control of the zone yet again. They get 3 players down now on the side of Hail the Sun.
Oh wow, this is still a minute and a half left on the clock, and anything can happen at this point. The scores are very close together. Considering that like the counter ticks down faster than a second, we are definitely, I expect, seeing a little bit more back and forth play, but considering that Never Back Down are losing a few players here, Bab is going to be helping paint over that zone. Just enough so that they can come back in and hold this going into the final minute here. We're seeing actually Zenith get some work in pretty far ahead, right before Never Back Down even managed to pop their cooler, so that's going to be a longer respawn for them to have to deal with. It does look like they do manage to pick one on Kaden, getting a great pick as well, just preventing them from being able to move in as a team as well. Fantastic snipe on Risu from Pelu with that Zuka as well, just holding them back, camping those jumps. Still going down in the process, but these trades are actually working out so well in their favor. Hail the Sun taking the set off of Never Back Down, never what?
They didn't back down, they didn't give up, but they forgot to praise the sun. And hail the sun, moving on to grand finals. And we're gonna see a rematch of winners finals already. I mean, look at this. This can't be any more scripted. We have to admit, here at Dapple Productions, we have scripted most of our Squid Junction tournaments, so it's going to be a winners finals rematch at grand finals here. Choo Choo facing off against Hail the Sun once again, but of course all credit going to Never Back Down, never what, bringing that fight straight to Hail the Sun almost twice here. I have to be honest, for a while there I had to remind myself that Hail the Sun was on match point, but Never Back Down, this is still as close as can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even though this was a 2-0, this was by no means a clean sweep for Hail the Sun here. Never Back Down, never what. For the longest time, I kind of expected to bring this set to a game 3, honestly. But considering how Hail the Sun played, not only in that first match, but also the second one, I'm not surprised that ultimately they kind of came out on top there, especially considering how well they were able to retake every single time they needed that zone for themselves. Amazing set overall from both of these teams.
Absolutely, and great play from both of these teams as well. I know, jeez, every time I think about the name Zenith, I think about Ink Bashers, because for some reason I keep reminding myself, yeah, I did play on Ink Bashers, and I know Zenith is still doing very well in mechanics, and that last match was any example. You're sure as heck saw it now, but that's gonna be it for Never Back Down, Never What. But that's not gonna be it for Hail the Sun. We're getting ready for this epic grand final matchup we have waiting for y'all. Choo Choo versus Hail the Sun. But that's gonna be on the other side of this break that's coming up. Don't change the channel. We'll be right back with that grand finals matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, gals, and pals, this is the main event of the night here. The grand finals matchup, the one to take home the Squid Junction 61 trophy. Choo Choo versus Hail the Sun, a direct rematch actually of the winners finals matchup where Choo Choo took the reverse sweep against Hail the Sun. Hail the Sun making a mighty comeback against Never Back Down, Never What, your third place finalists there. So we've got basically a rematch here. Both teams experiencing a little bit of deja vu, but they got into this lobby pretty fast, so they're already raring to go. Lily, I'm raring to go. How about you?
Oh, I'm absolutely raring to go. I'm at the train station. I'm hopping on the train here. Choo Choo is ready to leave, but Hail the Sun, I'm feeling the heat of the sun here down in Australia. Actually, it's a pretty hot day, I gotta say. So I'm not gonna just hand it over to Choo Choo in my prediction for winning Squid Junction. I reckon Hail the Sun, coming in off losers bracket, will just have grown stronger. Of course, we have 7 map modes lined up here. Both these teams will be striking, banning 1 each, I believe.
Yes.
And I'm curious to see what these choices will be.
If it does help, the lower seeded team is going to ban first, and that's the higher seeded team. So that means Hail the Sun's going to take, I believe Hail the Sun's taking one, because I know Choo Choo is seeded number 1, so that would immediately qualify Hail the Sun. So I can't say Hail the Sun just yet because it is 9:33 here in world famous Lincoln, Nebraska. But Choo Choo and Hail the Sun, I mean, you're either hopping on the Choo Choo hype train, which it looks like with most of our predictions, they're hopping on that hype train, but some of y'all might be enjoying some sunlight tomorrow or today, depending on where you are. As I said, 9:34 here in the completely dark sky.
Yeah, well, I'm excited in any case, whether it's gonna be Choo Choo or Hail the Sun. You know, honestly, sometimes I'm wondering, you know, maybe the sun can back off just a little bit. As much as I love sunny weather, it's gonna be hot here where I live the next couple of days. Choo Choo is. Oh, I'm excited to see this matchup once again. I know that Choo Choo and Hail the Sun had a very interesting set last time they played. Now, I don't wanna have like misremembered exactly, but was Choo Choo versus Hail the Sun, was it them that did the Glugger pencil comp?
Oh, okay. Now that you reminded me of that, I do have to bring that up. Yes, the first matchup of winners finals was Robo Ramen. I don't remember if it was Zones, but it was gosh. I remember hopping in because our commentary block was just around the corner. So I'm looking at both of these comps and I see 3 Glugas and 1 Sniper Rider on both sides. I'm very scared. If I see both teams get ready almost immediately, I know we're getting ready for something. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe there is a word in the dictionary, but I have yet to find it. But let's just see. Let's just wait. There's already one person ready. I'm scared.
You're scared? I'm excited. I'm on the hype train. I'm hailing the sun. I really want to see if these two teams bring in something like that, or you know, I do know that there is a Gluga player on one of these teams that is definitely pretty strong, and even though I think they lost the first match of the previous set that these two teams played together, which was winners finals, seeing some Gluga action I think would be pretty good, because you know, it's got a nice kit. It's very setup dependent, especially with the wall, and going into that turret mode, you do have the 2-shot, which is of course going to be extremely useful at getting some good picks, and while staying alive with the wall, of course. And of course, you know, Booyah Bomber, and I think Booyah Bomber on Umami Ruins is always going to be a very, very valuable special in terms of holding a particular area and preventing Hail the Sun or Choo Choo, I can't remember which team it was, from being able to move in, especially around those little choke points as well. So I'm curious to see if we will see maybe at least one Gluga Julies, perhaps, hopefully. I think Gluga Julies are a fun weapon. I love seeing it come out all the time.
Back from my time with Ink Bashers, I know Gluga Dualies used to be a Zenith special, so I'm going to see if that comes out here as we get ready to start Game 1 of Grand Finals. Squad Zones on Umami Ruins. We see the Gluga Dualies coming out from, that is Choo Choo. Hail the Sun, actually keeping the same lineup they had the last few matchups, so we can see how this plays out against Choo Choo.
Ooh, yeah, so we actually have double wall coming from Choo Choo as well, which is, especially here with the tight passageways around the backs of the zones, is certainly going to help them hold those areas as well, just to slow them down from the take zone. Does look like Hail the Sun manages to get the first and 3 players down as well. Pelu already going up pretty far ahead, getting picked off there pretty early on, but they aren't going to give up with Bab, forcing them back even further, just slowing them down from being able to retake. And with the lack of bombs with the double wall, I think Choo Choo is gonna kind of struggle to move in, because those walls are gonna be fantastic if you're in a very aggro position, but they can put you a little bit on the back foot if you're trying to retake. You have to really rely on your teammates, their bombs, and also some other specials to be able to move in with them. Speaking of other specials, the Kraken is trying to make some work here, but Hail the Sun has already pushed all the way down to the 30s, so, and they're not giving up just yet.
They aren't giving up just yet, but it looks like a pretty high mountain to climb, as you see them going down to 20 remaining. Both teams trading blows here. Both teams now down to 2 players, and it looks like Choo Choo now regains control of the zones. 94 points remaining. They're going to need just a little bit more to get themselves within striking distance of Hail the Sun, who's holding on very tightly here. Might actually be able to get control of both zones again. Pelu that crowd has to watch their back. Pelu's going around the back here. Might be able to get a pick there if they can. That crowd backs up though, as Caden, Pelu quickly getting themselves in enemy lines here. Pelu's been doing this so well this last few matchups as they get taken down on that zone. 3 players actually going down for the side of Choo Choo. They're all going down here. Hail the Sun looking as strong as ever here.
Yeah, this is a very strong spot for them, and of course I was talking about how wall is so useful when you are playing in those aggro positions like Zenith is right now. This is just going to be allowing them to just stay safe here. We're seeing the shark happening. Maybe they can come in, get some picks from behind as well, but that Kraken is going to pop, preventing them from going down too easily. But with a couple of plays going down on the side of Hail the Sun, Choo Choo is ready to pull in the station, take those zones with them as well. We can see them slowly inch forward. Hail the Sun. Certainly don't want to fly too far to the sun, too close to the sun here.
Absolutely not. Hail the Sun actually gets 2 players down now on the side of Choo Choo, playing things a little bit more cautious here, knowing they can't just send Pelu in to do what they can. There's definitely a lot of confidence as we play on Pelu here, with how experienced they are as a player and how skilled they are as a player as well, which is what you've seen Hail the Sun do so far so well. But with a team like Choo Choo, there's they're able to do with any sort of numbers advantage here. Both teams look like they can just go whenever they earn that advantage. Here's Pele here having to take this very scary situation here. 14 points remaining though. Those penalty points are cleared. If they can't take control of these zones very quickly, this could be trouble. But Choo Choo quickly coming to the rescue here. Can they at least hold on to one zone? They do. There's another zone in trouble here for Hail the Sun. If Choo Choo can take care of it, that's going to be huge there, giving them some breathing room.
That was absolutely a huge retake, exactly what Choo Choo needed at that point. They were very much in danger of losing this match early, but they are going to be applying those penalty points over to Hail the Sun as they prepare for their next push. Thing is, Hail the Sun has been very good and very quick in retaking them, and that's where Choo Choo really need to prevent them coming back in. Getting because into the crab tank is certainly going to be doing something. They have lost, however, 3 players, Choo Choo, which means that Hail the Sun are going to be coming back in strong. We can see them already pushed up just to prevent, especially with Bab. I have to say, Bab always keeping an eye out on anyone who's coming in from either side. There are quite a few options you can take to kind of quickly retake the zone here on Umami Ruins. If you always have a backline there with their eye out looking for who's coming in, you can always direct your players there to say, hey, there's someone coming in this way, you got to get rid of them. And that's exactly what I'm seeing from Hail the Sun here.
Ooh, both teams trading blows again. This is going to be something you're going to see all set here. Choo Choo holding on to the zone for now. 30 seconds left on the clock. There's still a lot of points for them to cross. They need to clear those penalty points first. But it looks like Kaden's going to keep them at bay here. Could that Inkzuka pop soon? We'll find out as Synapse here with the Kraken. Able to do just a little bit of damage here. Zenith going down as to the side of Choo Choo, who's holding on to the zone for now. There's 2 players down now as well. This could be trouble for Hail the Sun. Choo Choo coming in with big numbers here, but they do see 1 player go down. 22 points remaining. Can they hold on to the zone just long enough to keep themselves within striking distance? They may not. That's Hail the Sun with the response in time. The wipeout as well. They just hold on just barely to keep themselves at 1-0.
Ooh, they just barely missing that Choo Choo train. Does look like that overtime. Definitely, as soon as I saw the wipe, I was like, oh, that's gonna be game there. But you know, I feel like Choo Choo have been absolutely fantastic at being able to aggressively push up. The thing is, it just comes down to being able to hold that zone just for long enough. We can see how Synapse, for example, is able to cause a little bit of mayhem every time that Kraken is popped, but it just comes down to, I think, how consistently Hail the Sun were able to hold that area. Choo Choo pretty good at actually coming in, trying to find a way back into the zone. Every time they did, there was always like all these fights that they were trying to win, but you know, I think it was just every time they lost the sun, they lost the fight to Hail the Sun. Hail the Sun were able to set Bab up right on spine and make sure that anyone from Choo Choo who was trying to come back into mid just couldn't touch the zone just for that period of time that they needed in order to maintain the lead that they had.
Yeah, it's just so much for them to work on just to get that lead. I mean, Hail the Sun and Choo Choo going off on one another. I noticed that one of the main things I see with fights between both teams that they were trading blows almost throughout every minute of the match. You see at least one engagement where they're just going off on one another. I want to see whether or not both teams can get more focus on getting more of those wipeout situations. It's definitely easier said than done, but I know that with how successful both of these teams are working with one another, especially from what I've seen from Never Back Down. Wow, I'm already thinking backwards. Hail the Sun. That is one thing I want to see a little bit more for them, but I want to see what both teams bring to the table. Looks like both of them are actually almost ready. Both teams are already ready. Game 2 on Rumble Ramen coming to you very fast here.
Yeah, I just want to say that in order to cook some ramen, you need some heat. And heat can certainly come from the sun. Be interesting to see if they have, if they can keep this up. Actually, what's interesting here is we're seeing a pencil come out from the other side as well, from Choo Choo. Did we see a pencil in the preview? I don't think we did, right?
No, we did not. So maybe This is a bit of a response here, knowing that Hail the Sun is not afraid to send their players down, especially Paleo there. They're going to give themselves maybe a little bit of an insurance policy with the crab and with the pencil there, making sure they have that back up there. But that's Synapse at the bottom there, getting taken out very quickly there. That 3 players being taken out. That's Zenith holding the line down for Hail the Sun, as they might have a power clam here. Zenith still working on it, but that's Paleo with the power clam, who doesn't actually get it there in time to get splattered just before. Oh, huge opening still for Hail the Sun, who's still deep within enemy territory. If Sirius can get that clam in, that would at least get some points on the board, and it does.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say, actually, it's pretty interesting that we've actually got Sungura here on Choo-Choo on the pencil and Bab on pencil on Hail the Sun. I believe two former teammates on Frostbite up against each other playing the same weapon. I reckon that just must be a fun experience. I have to say, as players who probably know each other very, very well and how they play. I'm curious to see, of course, with this score going all the way down to 29 so quickly from the side of Hail the Sun, exactly how Choo-Choo's going to respond to this, because they've been pretty much on the back foot for the entire first minute and a half of this match.
On the back half so far, I mean, this is eerily similar to what we saw in Winners Finals. Hail the Sun takes the lead in this set, but then Choo-Choo able to come around with the bracket, or not the bracket reset, with the reverse sweep. We might see something similar happen here, because Hail the Sun has been doing so far so good. But Choo-Choo still has something up their sleeve. It might be this Kraken who's able to get 2 players down, equalize things for both teams. Zenith here. Zenith waiting for the opening, might have found it here. Able to sneak by both players, but they catch him just in time. Not the Glugas though. As the Glugas does it back out, Synapse does. Zenith goes down. Still a close matchup here. Remember that Hail the Sun is not afraid to send their players down for a 1v1. And it's certainly showing here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And these 1v1s, see, if you do have an advantage, say, in terms of having those numbers up there, in terms of having special advantage as well. In terms of special advantage, they do have a Kraken at the ready, which will probably see them pop at some point if they're desperate to get those clams in. We can see how they do have power clam at the ready from Sungura as well. Getting a pick on Pelu, but getting flanked out by Zenith. Zenith getting taken out by that crab once again. Just plays going down left, right, and center here with Hail the Sun ultimately coming out on top from that fight here and allowing their team to retake mid with the help of that whale here. 2 players still down on the side of Choo-Choo. 3 actually. This is them continually being on that back foot. Once again, Hail the Sun is getting back into the position that they were early on in this match, getting ready to score once again. They don't quite have all the clams they need just yet, and Zenith is really focusing on getting those players down to stop any flanks from happening. But here come the clam passes, and we'll get ready to see this next clam dunk if they can get it in.
Ooh, look at how close that clam was to falling down. Synapse there, able to clean things up. Maybe, just maybe, they have Hail the Sun's number here. Choo-Choo looking pretty strong here, knowing that they were looking at a 4-strong team in Hail the Sun, able to make a push, almost able to make a push there. I think it 2 players down to that 1 Kraken. Synapse doing quick work here with the Kraken, taking out 2 key players from Hail the Sun. Can they capitalize on that? They do have the power clam ready. They have a few more clams ready as well. They have a tacticaler as well. That should give them a bit of an insurance policy should they lose a few players. But they get 1 player down. That's Bab going down. That's a tri-strike they have to face. That takes 1 player out. 14 clams remaining. But they haven't been able to do something with it. As Synapse goes into a fight with Zenith right at the top left of your screen. 2 players going down. Now Hail the Sun still holding on to what a commanding lead and what a commanding game this has been for them.
Yeah, I feel like for Choo-Choo, all the ingredients were there in their attempted previous push, but they just didn't quite manage to have them all ready at exactly the right time, which meant that once those strikes came out, they were just forced out of position that they wanted to get in. However, Hail the Sun trying to get back into the mid here, but Choo-Choo's pretty much forcing them out, especially with Sungura here on the pencil, and also that Booyah Bomb near that basket as well. It's just going to be pushing them back even further. Helped out with this tactical, they could potentially have another go at this push going, but we are going to the last 10 seconds now, and they have lost those players once again. Hail the Sun is in a pretty comfortable position. All they have to do is wait for Choo-Choo to come to them, and they can just pick them off whenever they are ready. But speaking of Choo-Choo coming to them, they do have a power clam, and I believe I heard a Kraken come out as well. So,
Oh, man. Comfortable as ever. That's a wipeout for Hail the Sun. There's the power climb that actually misses, but it doesn't matter because overtime clock runs out. And this is Choo Choo didn't score a single point.
they didn't. I'm surprised. Everything they had would theoretically have worked for them. I think it was just a matter of, you know, when they were trying to get like a Kraken going, perhaps I'm not sure if they were ever trying to necessarily get a Kraken jump in. I know that they had that there as an option for them, but that Kraken was either dealing with trying to clear out a space, getting a pick on someone like Zenith or something like that, or someone like that, who might have been out there flanking them. Followed up by like something like strikes from Hail the Sun just to get them out of position even further, even though they may have had all of the ingredients at the ready. Just Hail the Sun were able to prevent them from putting it all together, from really cooking anything at all. And I think Hail the Sun on the defense, that's probably what worked for them extremely well. And I know that having that early push all the way down to 29, that's all they really needed to hold. We can see here, Synapse, they managed to get 2 players down, but I think off the back of that attempt at a push, they weren't quite able to get that last player they were looking for, weren't quite able to get Sungura in with the power clam, and off the back of those few little things that could have happened that didn't quite happen, I think Choo Choo were just able to realize, Hail the Sun, actually, what was it? I think I got the teams mixed up. The other team weren't quite able to get the power climb in, so they were able just to stop that and know that, you know, they're going to be an impenetrable wall for them to have to deal with.
I mean, this is a similar situation to what I saw in the winners finals. There's this Hail the Sun holding this big lead against Choo Choo's. This is 2-0. Brace yourselves. Hail the Sun lost that winners finals match to a reverse sweep. So if you're a believer in suspicion, cross those fingers. This is still Choo Choo's game to lose. But with the way things are going now, this just might be the bracket reset we're looking at. I don't want to go too far because I've seen how far commentators' curses go, but this is a scary situation with all things considered.
Yeah, absolutely. These two teams have been playing extremely close together. In any case, even though that was like a pretty dominant game for Hail the Sun in the previous match, I'm curious to see what Choo Choo is going to be bringing to the table in the next one, of course, which is going to be tower control here in Macamart. And being able to really understand all the little nooks and crannies of this supermarket is going to give your team a very big advantage. We're seeing the classic triple shooter pencil from Hail the Sun, and Choo Choo is going to be sticking to going back at least to their end try, of course, which is going to be their cooler weapon of choice. Does look like we're seeing that cooler weapon actually being taken out early in the game. 2 players down on Choo Choo here. Hail the Sun is having a pretty dominant show of force here. Pelu already trying to get a pick, but ending up trading off here, allowing Bab to at least take the tower with Zenith and Kaden up ahead, stopping anyone from dropping off that snipe area as well.
Watch out for Synapse there. Ava sneaks by. You saw the ping from Kaden, warning your teammates very quickly that was going to be a quick flank from Synapse, able to take at least, get them rattled up at least. Hail the Sun was looking at another big push there as they got up to the first checkpoint, but Choo Choo able to look at a bomb there, gets 2 players down. Hail the Sun is back in business after what seemed to be a scary push from Synapse. There's 3 players down. Quick work here from Hail the Sun. Quick recovery there as well. They're able to cruise straight to checkpoint 2 after having already cleared checkpoint 1.
Ooh, Zenith has to watch a couple of different areas potentially being collapsed around, but with the help of the end try, certainly something could happen here. Does look like they are going to be trying to move that tower forward, pushing back that crab tank as well from getting too much value, but that crab tank is still going to be a dangerous thing for them to deal with. Does look like they are going to be forcing them all the way back. Hopefully they can make a comeback from this, because this tower is just like steamrolling forwards. It's just like rolling forwards almost without a care in the world. Every single time Hail the Sun is on that tower, there's like at least one player or more down on the side of Choo Choo. Like, we can see 2 players down. There's always this constant numbers advantage for Hail the Sun here, but at one point we will probably see perhaps some kind of retake, hopefully. But I actually don't see that happening anymore. I think that this is just going to be the knockout win right there for Hail the Sun in an even more dominant game than the previous one. I have to say, things are turning out differently. We are going to a bracket reset, which means that we'll be seeing another best of 5 coming up soon.
That is... Oh, I mean, talk about anticlimactic. I'm thinking about things to say here, but Hail the Sun, that is the quickest, I think... That is the most quickest and the most anticlimactic Games 3 I've seen. If this were Grand Finals and Hail the Sun were the one coming in from Winners Finals, I would have thought, oh, okay. Well, that does mean, like you mentioned, there is still one more match to go. This is a bracket reset, so Hail the Sun just needs to do that all over again, and they will be the ones winning Squid Junction 61, but Choo Choo still... I mean, surely they still have to have something here. We can't count this as the end-all be-all for Choo Choo. There's still a lot that Choo Choo can manage here. We saw glimpses of potentially with the Synapse flank that was able to rattle Hail the Sun for a bit, so want to see how they can channel some of that into this next matchup here, or into this bracket reset matchup.
Yeah, I mean, actually, looking at winners finals, Choo Choo versus Hail the Sun, that was 3 wins for Choo Choo, 2 for Hail the Sun, so of course Choo Choo knows that they can do something to Hail the Sun here. They've played Hail the Sun in this very tournament before and been able to come away as the winners. So Choo Choo, actually Hail the Sun rather, being such a dominant show of force in the previous set is almost like, I feel like something has unlocked, like some kind of, they've unleashed some kind of beast on Choo Choo this time around. They've kind of unleashed something. There was this energy that they had. Maybe the sun's going supernova. Maybe they held it a little bit too hard here. And Choo Choo is trying to still find a way to deal with that new inner power that Hail the Sun have managed to unlock in this particular tournament. But speaking of where we'll be seeing them unlock that, it's going to be the nice, bright and sunny Mahi Mahi Resort on Splat Zones first.
If the sun has gone supernova, again, I wouldn't be able to tell because it's 9:58 here, and it is, well, pitch black here in the beautiful and well-known Lincoln, Nebraska. But it looks to me like we might be, like, Hail the Sun is just completely ready. I think they already know what they want. They already know what's been working out well for them so far. So I wonder if this Snipe Rider 2-shot and just the Zenith probably 52. I'm gonna say probably because there's a good chance, just because I said that's gonna be different, but there's a good chance they just see this and go, well, there's our comps figured out. We don't need to do any more work. We're gonna see how that plays out here as we hit the Splat Zones on Mega Mart. We're gonna see what both of these teams bring out. We see something similar with the side of Choo Choo. Hail the Sun, there's the 52 gal we're looking at. Usually it's 2 vanilla splatter shots, but now you're going to see the Tenatech as well as we saw from the last match.
Yeah, I think the T-Tech is going to be a good choice just for those quick spin retakes as well, and also how well they were able to actually put a bit of a spanner in the works of Choo Choo to stop those gears from working when they were every time they were trying to score in the Clam Blitz game, of course, definitely helped them out. However, Choo Choo does have the early advantage getting that zone and also starting to move up a little bit further ahead. However, that is going to be Glugas being forced out via the jump, and they are going to be losing a player as Hail the Sun, Zuka, and Pencil, of course, from Bab is going to be helping them come back in to retake that zone, followed up by those strikes as well. Now, even though that Choo Choo is all nicely cooled up, they are going to be going down and losing this fight here, which allows Hail the Sun, considering how fast they are playing, to move up just a little bit with a cooler of their own. We can see Zenith already trying to move around to those islands on the side. Unfortunately, I think, were they picked off? No, they weren't picked off. I think they just moved back to mid.
Wow, that was a really quick response there from Choo Choo. I mean, you saw the Desuka from Synapse comes out almost immediately. That crab was already out, but Synapse knows, alright, aim for Zenith. Gotta just go for him. But so far, Hail the Sun looking as strong as they've had this whole match. Synapse falls down. Gotta remember, watch your step on this map. Oh, that was close there from what I saw from Karen Liam. Pro Karen Liam staying alive. It's 2 players, 2. What could be 1? Zenith able to take out 1 player. Liam there able to take out Zenith as well. Can they recapture the zone? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so. Liam there able to paint the zone for Choo Choo. Choo Choo staying alive for now. I think clear these penalty points. It would be huge for them, but instead they get more penalty points as a result of Hail the Sun.
Absolutely, and Hail the Sun still holding onto this lead that they already have here. Kara's going to be popping that crab tank, hopefully to find some picks or at least find a way back in, but that whale is just, oh man, I hate being up against a whale when I'm crab tanking, you know, but you know, I do think that they are really trying their hardest to come back in on what Hail the Sun has been able to actually hold so far. We can see even with that Booyah Bomb coming out, and even though Choo Choo was kind of surrounding the zone on all sides, Hail the Sun still just managed to confidently and comfortably hold that and start moving forward once again. Zenith having been taken out of the game, those strikes coming in, does mean that potentially they'll be forced to move around just a little bit. We're actually seeing a potential retake of the zone happening from Choo Choo with the Booyah Bomb to help out as well, plus those Zookas. But no, I don't think so. I think it's going to be 3 players going down. That wasn't exactly what they wanted at all, and that's going to be Hail the Sun taking that first game as well, just so comfortably for themselves. I'm seeing a different beast from Hail the Sun, as I mentioned before. But wow, everything just kind of looked like on paper, yeah, this is gonna be Choo Choo's retake going into those last few seconds. They just need to make sure that they have that zone painted in their favor. But it was a combination of Crab and Zuka almost, I think, that was just not quite enough to get that zone back in their ink color at the very end.
This is, I mean, we've been seeing from Hail the Sun so far. This is, I've actually wanted to point out the textbook synergy I see from Hail the Sun, which is obviously something to expect from top level teams like we're seeing here, but Hail the Sun, I'm not sure if this is matchup here, but at one point Zenith goes around the bottom of your screen there, finding a player on the left side. Kaden almost responds immediately with the flank. They know what they're doing, they know how to communicate with one another, and now they know what fights to take. I think this is what's giving Hail the Sun some leverage here. I mean, as long as you can send Zenith out here to do whatever the heck they want, Pelu or Kaden are going to respond almost immediately, bring in their own backup, and that those 1v1s turn into a very dangerous 2v1. It's working out very well for Hail the Sun so far as we head into Game 2, get Clan Blitz on Museum.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just especially what you want to be thinking about when you are running comp built around shooters and a pencil, because of course shooters, they're of course fantastic at paint output, getting quick specials out as well, but they tend to, just as a matter of fact of how those weapons are designed, just for like the number of shots it takes to get a pick on someone, to get a splat on someone, and also the range and the accuracy that you need, it's not necessarily like the same the same DPS or time to kill as a blaster or anything that can one shot, or a bucket or something like that, where you have the ability, I think, to at least get a lot more damage all at once on another player with one hit. Whereas with those shooters, having that level of coordination can definitely ultimately put you in a big advantage anyway, and that's what they're really playing towards here. Does it look like we are seeing the next match happen? Looks like they're sticking to the guns, they're sticking to the T-Tech and V-Shot, of course. Synapse are going to be back on the 96 Deco as well for Clam Blitz, of course, which is going to allow them hopefully to get some clam jumps in, but you know, that didn't quite work out for them last time. Perhaps this time they've got something cooking.
I noticed that this way from Caden here, Pelu responding almost immediately to this flank here from Choo Choo. Hail the Sun knows they've got each other to trust, knows they have each other's back. That's the kind of trust I love to see from these teams. But Choo Choo holding on so far. It looks like they've actually got Hail the Sun backed up for. They've got the Hail the Sun backed up for now, but Caden able to make quick work of that Inkjet. Here's the power clam ready on the side of Choo Choo, but they've got 2 players down. Pelu, they're about to find themselves into a 1v1 with the Sniper Rider. Sniper Rider going down almost immediately there. Pelu finds himself in another 1v1. This could be a sticky situation. The Kraken coming out as well to support the fight here. Seeing as the Kraken goes down almost immediately. Just a quick recovery there. Finds himself assisting at least, but Caden able to clean that up with 1 minute already out of the clock. That was a fast minute. My goodness.
That absolutely was a fast minute. All those fights taken out, but still we have gone back to a pretty much a neutral game here. Hail the Sun, actually speaking of neutral, it's not entirely as neutral as Hail the Sun. Managed to actually paint up a lot of mid very quickly, but they have lost a couple of plays in the process. That's 3 down with Synapse going down as well on the other side of Choo Choo. Hopefully with this advantage they can actually start moving in and think about scoring, but Hail the Sun is always there at every corner for them, I'm feeling this game. They're just there, ready to take them down every time they try to move in. We can see Bab and Zenith here on the lookout for anyone who might be able to actually go back into mid, and they're slowly but surely inching forward with some of these specials, winning these fights. 2 plays having gone down on the side of Choo Choo. It's gonna be a slow score, but it's gonna happen at some point soon, I'm predicting.
It has to happen soon. It's already 2 minutes down on the clock, and it looks like Hail the Sun might be having the first strike here with 2:45. We get our first score of the game. Caden there able to score the power clam. Bab in a little bit of trouble. They do have 6 clams. If they can get all 6 of those in, they could be huge. They get the power clam in, but they are backing themselves up. Probably saving that power clam for later. There's 2 players down on the side of Choo Choo, so Choo Choo still has a few resources to wait for here. So Hail the Sun doesn't need to go in just yet. They've still got Pelu. They're able to get a pick on Synapse around that ledge. Bab has the power clam still. That's 2 power clams going in. That's quickly down to 50 remaining. Huge push here from Hail the Sun, who has been doing so well on the dominant side so far, as Choo Choo finds themselves in a bit more trouble. 2 players going down, and it almost seems like they've kept Choo Choo in this staggered position. If they can just hold on to that staggered position any further, this could be wraps for Hail the Sun.
Yeah, it looks like actually Choo Choo is looking around to split up Hail the Sun and get some picks, which they do manage to get with that Kraken, but that's going to be still them, still Choo Choo, still held back at the station. I feel like this train is getting delayed every single time it tries to leave. There's always Hail the Sun right up in their face, especially Zenith here holding that area around their spinner as well, with those walls always going to be very useful. But here comes Kara with the Zuka getting 2 very nicely. Pelu and Bab going down here. They really need to be able to play off this Inkjet as well. It does look like they have to move in very quickly in order to get a scoring for themselves, but they're definitely setting something up here. That Inkjet is going to be running out, and they are not going to necessarily have the safety of cover from the Inkjet, but the Kraken is going to come in. They have dropped that power clam. That is going to be picked up by the Tri-Slosher. That is going to be going into the basket. The Kraken is going to be at least providing a bit of that melee coverage for them, at least to hopefully split up Hail the Sun's defense here. This looks like Zenith has gone down. Sungura is trying to find exactly the right openings to get that power clam in, but he's going to be picked up with 3 players having gone down on the side of Choo Choo here. That is going to be the end of that push. Hail the Sun still firmly in the lead going into the last 35 seconds.
Just when Choo Choo is starting to pick up steam, Hail the Sun derails him yet again. Zenith, though, able to find themselves into a little bit of 1v1. They're slowing down Choo Choo. I think it's these little slowdowns there that's been keeping Choo Choo behind. But once they got that big push, things look so well. And now we're down to 15 seconds. Choo Choo wasn't able to capitalize on it just as much as they wanted to. They do have 2 players down on the side of Hail the Sun, though. This could provide them just a little bit more of a push. Caden has to back up. Wisely does so. Sungura here with the Sniper has the power, has the cooler charge. They have enough for 1 overtime push. This is going to be the push that decides this game. Perhaps how the rest of the set goes, because Hail the Sun has been dominant so far. We're already halfway past the overtime clock. Cena's here, going towards the front lines, gets taken out by the Kraken. Synapse going straight towards Pelu. Can they get a few more clamps to support that 65 remaining? Can they back that up? Liam there through the grates. There might be Kara there. There's Synapse. There's Sungura. Can they do anything to support this? One more clam wins them the game. Can they get it in? Sungura's gonna be the one to do it. Can they do it? Yes, they do. That's gonna be the tie. That's not enough for them to win the game, Zone. It's gonna keep them at a tie. And Hail the Sun holds on.
Holds on by 1 point. Sungura was that almost able to get enough clams in at the very end, but you know, that was just gonna be too little too late for Choo Choo, as Hail the Sun's defense once again just shows how powerful they are as a team on the defense here. But I gotta say, that first took a lot longer this time around than we saw on Robo Ramen in the previous set on Clam Blitz as well. It was only like a significant way into the match where we actually saw that score go all the way down to 44 on the side of Hail the Sun, and it took quite a long time for Choo Choo to even make any kind of threat of a comeback, threat of a lead flip on Hail the Sun here going into overtime as well. But goodness me, that was still a pretty strong showing from Hail the Sun. But I think Choo Choo, if they can kind of like play off this a little bit more, play off what they were doing a little bit more in this particular match, so we might be able to see them come in strong and take another game off them in one of the next ones maybe. Now this is going to be match point. However, Hail the Sun, all they need to do to win this next one. Choo Choo have to win 3 if they want to win the tournament.
Remember, this is I'm going to bring out the superstition again and say that. Remember, winners finals. This is the same spot Hail the Sun was in. Choo Choo reverse sweeps. This is the same spot Hail the Sun was in last match. They clean sweep it. So now we've kind of canceled those out. Maybe we just don't know what to expect heading into Rainmaker Undertow. This is batten down the hatches, fasten your seatbelts, put on a helmet. We don't know what's about to happen. We may as well just prepare for anything, make ourselves OSHA certified. But oh man, this is Game 3. I don't know what to expect. I mean, Choo Choo does so well holding Hail the Sun there to almost no points up to about 2 minutes or 3 minutes remaining. So maybe, just maybe, this is the one where Choo Choo finally gets some steam yet again. We're going to see as we head into Game 3. Match point for Hail the Sun. Choo Choo still in this matchup though. This is going to be Rainmaker on Undertow, seeing what both of these teams pull out. That is going to be Choo Choo with a Bamboozler coming out now. And that is Hail the Sun going back to the basics there with their standard lineup.
Now, Bamboo isn't the strongest DPS weapon in terms of being able to pop that bubble, so I kind of expect that that is not necessarily what they're running that for in any case. But you know what? It is really good for, especially here, it is really good for being a weapon with Whale, and Whale can certainly kind of like pull apart your team just a little bit and allow a safe passageway forward. But it's, in terms of teams being pulled apart, Choo Choo has lost a player, and also on the side of Hail the Sun, we're seeing a bit of a bloodbath happen here in mid, where every single player is trying to just like fight to gain control to be able to pick up this Rainmaker and move it forward. But we're not seeing either of these teams be able to do that just yet. We are seeing the Well come up. Zenith is desperately trying to bunny hop her way out of danger here. That Rainmaker only gets 3 points for Choo Choo. And nearly a minute into the game already, we're seeing the Zukas come out, but I think that is still going to be a bit of an advantage for them, just if they can get Zenith back up and Kaden as well, just waiting for that Zuka to finish before they can even think about taking that Rainmaker back for themselves.
Oh, that's 3 players already down for Choo Choo. Hail the Sun, welcome back. I mean, Choo Choo's got a nice 7-point lead, but it's going to go down in the next 3 seconds probably, as Bab makes their way towards that left side pedestal. They've gotten up to 93 remaining. That's enough for the lead for now. They do go down, though. That's a quick wipeout for Bab. Both of these teams now, I'm starting to notice something similar to what we saw last match, where both teams are scoring minimal amounts of points. I mean, usually this set has seen Hail the Sun take a commanding lead from the start, but Choo Choo finding a little bit more steam. Just every minute that this set passes, they're just finding a little bit more in them. And I think Hail the Sun might be in for a challenge these next few matches. As we head into 3 minutes remaining, Sungura here has the killer whale already. Does Choo Choo have a push ready? There's one.
Oh!
This could be the help they need.
Oh, that could be. Getting one of Zenith like that, I believe from the whale, is certainly going to be one aggro player that is going to be back stuck in respawn once again. The thing is, Hail the Sun is still, like, we can see how much of the map that they are able to control, even if they are slightly in the back foot here, and the help of these strikes is definitely going to help them move up ahead. Zenith is going to be actually opting for the right-hand side checkpoint, managing to get a firmly confirming that lead from them, but having lost a couple of players on the side of Hail the Sun. 3 players actually. This is going to be Choo Choo opting for a lead for themselves at some point. Hopefully soon. We're seeing Synapse here getting that wall in just to help secure that checkpoint, followed up by the Zuka. Once again, they have lost 3 players. Kara there just battling it out, managing to get Big and Pillow actually holding this area for themselves, just trying to make sure that those jumps can come in for the rest of their team. Perhaps they could even get a little bit of a lead. I'm not sure that's going to be happening though, as Kara is going to be taken out of the game, but at least the rest of the team is ready to back them up here, getting another pick on Palu in the process.
That was a scary situation for Hail the Sun too. If Choo Choo just pushed it barely past that pedestal, that could have been the lead for them. But Hail the Sun holding strong there. Synapse on that bottom of your screen, having to back out wisely, does so, but just might get a little bit more of a poke at it. Synapse here, waiting for another pick. We know they've been able to do this so well with this 52 gal, but it has to back up with those tri-strikes coming in. Bab now with the Rainmaker has to just find a bit more to get themselves past 60 remaining. It's a dangerous lead. There's Synapse going down. There's one player, Kara, going down as well. But their teams are just trading blows yet again. 1 minute left on the clock. No lead looks safe. That's Liam. Might have to take it past towards this left pedestal. Try to get a few more points on this board. Can they do so? All they need to do is get past this pedestal, the suction bomb. Trying to put a few stops to it. Can they get through it? They get through it. 43 remaining for Choo Choo. This is gonna be the first lead of the game, and this could be a decisive game here if they're able to pull off the win.
Oh, it could absolutely be. Less than 40 seconds left of the game. Hail the Sun has to put in some work in order to get a lead back off of them. But, you know, if they can manage to get a wipeout or something, they manage to win a bunch of fights going to this. We're seeing Zenith bunny hopping around again, trying to get those players out of the game. Does look like Bab is going to be taken out once again. Palu as well. Kara here trying to look for another one. Still going down. That is still going to be a number of valuable picks in any case as we go into the last 10 seconds. If no one picks up this Rainmaker, we're not going to be seeing a lead flip for Choo Choo. Choo Choo already picking it up. Hopefully with... Oh no, 3 players haven't gone down here. This isn't going to be enough for Hail the Sun to be able to actually take that game off of Choo Choo. But Choo Choo winning the first game in these grand finals and bracket reset is certainly something. They've certainly got something to say now.
I brought up Superstition before the beginning of this matchup. Remember, they were up 2 in winners finals. Choo Choo comes in with the reverse sweep. Now Choo Choo has a 2-1 score. Hail the Sun, I will say, to their point, Hail the Sun has been struggling just a little bit. I mean, this is usually, like I mentioned earlier, there's a commanding lead. Hail the Sun takes it, runs away with it for the rest of the match. Choo Choo gives him a little scare, but Hail the Sun runs away with it. These last 3 matchups, though, you can't say the same. I mean, Choo Choo, it's almost like Choo Choo is starting to finally catch up to him. Now, Hail the Sun is running out of fuel here. Choo Choo is starting to creep themselves back into the conversation. Looks like we almost written off Choo Choo. They're starting to make themselves known yet again.
Yeah, I think perhaps it could be a case of that supernova being over, and we might be seeing this sun turn into a dwarf star of some kind, as Choo Choo has sucked out all of that power to allow this train to go full steam ahead. Or maybe they're using the power of the sun. You know, maybe they're using the power of the sun to power this train very energy efficiently. But we have actually Tower Control Makamat happen next. Did we see exactly this map mode before from Hail, Sun, and Choo Choo? Or am I getting it mixed up with a different one on this map?
No, you're right. That was, I believe, that wasn't the last match. No, that was... Okay, now you're starting to Mandela effect me. Now we're going to say that, like, Fruit of the Loom didn't have a cornucopia in its logo or whatever. You know what? We're just going to cut straight to Game 4. Both teams rolling a similar... I think it's actually the exact same we saw last match. I mean, Songro is going to stick with the bamboo. And, well, I mean, Hail the Sun. This has been working out pretty well for them. We're going to see how this carries on with these comps.
Yeah, Synapse getting a pretty strong position up in mid, preventing anyone from being able to get onto that tower. Doesn't look like two players have gone down on the side of Hail the Sun. Choo Choo still needs to paint up just up ahead of that tower in order to start pushing it. And they've lost a couple of plays in the process as well, but getting a nice pick on Caden. Hopefully this will give them a numbers advantage shortly in order to make a bit more headway than they have already. However, Hail the Sun is going to be returning the favor with those Trine Strikes here, and also Caden is going to be, I believe, popping that Zuka as well, just to prevent anything from happening from the other team.
Alright, and this is similar to what we saw in the last match too. Neither team has the commanding lead. I mean, this is 98-94 with a minute down on the clock. But now this is going to be Hail the Sun's time to shine. 80 now as they cross this first checkpoint, able to do so with ease. But they are looking at a few killer whales there. Synapse now going to try to go around the outside. Does get the pick on Pelu. Zenith there trying to clean things up against Synapse. It's a 52 duo there. That's going to be a .104. It actually might be 1.04. But who knows? We're not here to do math. As Kaden there finds himself in the 2v1 asking for help. See the pings there. Weren't able to get it in time. That's actually two players going down now for Hail of the Sun. That's going to be Choo Choo getting a little bit of steam here. That's the bamboo doing quick work. Oh my goodness, dude, that may as well be a delayed wipe for Hail the Sun. They're getting a lot of jumps here for the tower. Zenith knows what's coming, so they're going to hop off, try to get a few more picks on the front lines. But now it's just Pelu and Zenith as they have to find themselves a way back in.
Yeah, I believe this is the second time they try to take the tower around just past that checkpoint, where they were just constantly faced with Choo Choo defending them, being able to collapse around on that tower so quickly, just preventing that tower from being able to roll any further forward. We're seeing the game has gone once again back to neutral. Both these teams trying to figure out exactly the right move ahead. But with that delayed wipe, there's going to be Hail the Sun once again it's the same thing. We're seeing all of Choo Choo basically go up to their snipe and prevent them and like collapse around that tower to stop them from being able to take it any further. This is pretty much the same story that we saw every single time they've tried to push that tower past that checkpoint. So it's gonna come down to can you hold back Choo Choo for long enough to get a big enough score to secure a big enough lead to win this final match for them, hopefully. I don't see it happening just yet, but I'm waiting for it to happen.
I mean, a secure enough lead is basically a myth in competitive Splatoon. I mean, we see both of these teams come out with 60 remaining, and now it looks like Hail the Sun does have that convincing lead that they need. But Choo Choo has been challenging it so far, and here comes Kara right at the bottom of your screen there, bottom right of your screen. Kara and I think that's the bamboo as well. Pelu there, they're only getting a few picks. There's two. Can it be three? Make it three. There's Kara. Can it be a wipe? Can it get the bamboo? There's the wipeout for Pelu. Have yourself a day. That's 62 points remaining. It's going to go down pretty soon if Pelu has anything to say about it. That's going to be Hail the Sun finding themselves back in control.
Yeah, it looks like they finally managed to get them out of that tricky corner, and with the help of these strikes, of course, Caden is going to be hidden by these strikes, of course, hopefully be able to get something going here, getting a pick on the bucket as well. Some nice refreshing drinks to help push that tower to the next checkpoint. This might be just the final roll to the very end. It does look like they have lost a couple of plays on the side of Choo Choo. Hail the Sun still coming in strong. They have Zenith coming in with a special at the ready as well, but they've lost the tower here. They need to be able to continue winning these fights. They've lost a couple of players here. They're getting 2 picks, looking for the third one as well. Oh, not quite being able to get it, but still, that was so close. We're going into the last 30 seconds. They've managed to push the score all the way down to 8. Choo Choo has a lot of work. It's going to be driving a train uphill, and you know how difficult that is.
I mean, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. They've already gone 2 players down, 3 players down as I'm stalking. There might be 4 delayed wipe there. They took out the bamboo. They've taken out most of what Choo Choo has been able to drop. They could stop the high train, and it looks like they may have. They have the GG tri-strikes ready, and they might be able to pop it off soon. There's the GG strikes. They've stopped the high train. They've derailed it. It's going to be Hail the Sun taking Squid Junction 61, your new champions.
Absolutely, and what an incredible set that was. My goodness, actually being able to force that bracket reset as well and still coming out on top. I feel like most of the times we've seen a bracket reset, it's always the winners finals winner still being able to come back, make a comeback in that final set, but still, Hail the Sun just showing what dominant and sunny force they have been throughout this entire tournament. We're seeing a bit of a replay from this final set as well. I want to say actually one thing that always impresses me is Zenith, whatever weapon Zenith is playing, but in this case the 52, just that survivability and being able to, in those tight corners, put up that much pressure on their opponents to be able to know that, okay, we need to make sure we've got our eyes on this player. And also Paleo as well, as you saw, getting that quad as well, which definitely helped them to set up that final roll of the tower all the way to a score of 8. Amazing, impressive work, and just shows like all these players pretty much playing, showing the best they can do, I think, in my opinion. My goodness. What a great set that was. And what a great tournament that was as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you can make an argument for how good that 52 is at taking 1v1s. I mean, you got the wall, you've got the, some people call it RNG, I call it just pure luck, but there's something that has to be said about that lineup there. The way these teammates support each other in these 2v1s, it's almost second nature for them. And then Zenith, I've played with Zenith a long time ago. It looks like nothing has changed. I mean, there's still a lot of skill here, a lot of mechanics just in full display here. But props to both teams, and props to everyone that we saw. Even the numbers can't tell the whole story, is what I usually say. This 3v1, I mean, you saw it go to 2-0. Choo Choo takes a game, and immediately I'm sitting there thinking, oh boy. But man, it's been one heck of a bracket, and I think this is a satisfying conclusion here.
Absolutely, very satisfying conclusion. And speaking of concluding things, we'll probably sign off at the moment. Thank you firstly to everyone at Dapple Production, the TOs. Thank you to Jarine for the stream. But Nito, where can the good people of chat find you on the internet?
The good news is that I am searchable on Twitter and on Blue Sky and on Twitch, all under the same name. It's going to be Nito Unused. And if you want to find me, I'm going to be heading to sleep. I've been up since 6 in the morning, and it's currently nearly 10:30, so I think time to call it a day here. But Lily, where can the good people of Red Splatoon find you?
You can find me on Twitter, you can find me on Blue Sky, you can find me on Squid Boards, and you can find me on Twitch, because I stream from time to time there as well.
I forgot about Squid Boards.
It's a little Lily Gravy Bread to the right there on the bottom of the screen. That is how you spell it, Lili Gravy Bread, all one word. That's going to be it from us, however. Thanks everyone for watching, thanks for coming, and we'll see you another time.